Hello, everyone. Welcome to the 2024 Green Party of the United States Presidential Nominating Convention. My name is Margaret Elizabeth. I am one of your honorary co-hosts for today, or honorary co-chairs, I suppose. We'll have an opportunity, Craig and I both will, to explain what's going to come today. It's a very interesting and historic occasion for us all. I am a member of the Green Party of Washington, and I've been a member of the Green Party of the United States since 2016. Like many of you, that was a transformative year for me politically, and I decided that I was no longer content to sit on the bench, and I wanted to build something and contribute to an evergreen future for us all. And I've been honored and privileged to be selected as one of your honorary co-chairs for this year's PNC. And I'd like to turn it over to Craig Cayetano.
Thanks, Margaret. Hi, everyone. I'm Craig Cayetano, representing the wonderful state of New Jersey, the Garden State. I'm wearing some of my pins from my New Jersey state candidates that I've allied with over the years. It's going to be an amazing day for everyone. It's really an honor to be here as not only a member of your steering committee, but also as one of your honorary co-chairs. We've worked so hard this year to present an amazing lineup of workshops, panelists, guests, and our keynote speaker, which you'll hear later. And I'm just so happy to be here.
Thank you very much, Craig. So I'd like to give you all a brief overview of what our agenda is for today. For many of you, this is your very first presidential nominating convention. And as a consequence, you may be a little unclear as to what we're going to be doing. So I'm going to briefly go over all of our activities this afternoon and the sort of order we're going to take them in. So initially, I want you all to know that we do things differently here in the Green Party. This is not going to be a highly scripted media spectacle like we would get from the two parties. Today is actually a working meeting where real grassroots democracy takes place. We're going to have varying votes on things from our platform to our presidential nominees. The very first item of business is the approval of the Credentialing co-chairs report. That will be followed by the approval of our 2024 platform. Both of these items might invite appeals, and so at this point, I can't tell you how long each of these sections is actually going to take. After the platform, we're going to take a short break, followed by short speeches from several of our candidates. That will be followed by the actual vote for our presidential candidate, and whether that is done in one round or successive rounds, we will eventually have a nominee. So after the votes end, we'll have an acceptance speech by our candidate. And then the final order of business will be to approve the vice presidential candidate with a formal vote of this body. And then, and only then, can we call it a day. You can follow the schedule yourself at gp.org/Saturday. Remember, if you have a question about any point of process, please use the Q&A function in the Zoom webinar. Q&A is where you can type your questions, and our team behind the scenes will do their best to answer as many of them as possible. And we want to ask you to limit your questions to points of process. I'm going to go ahead and turn this over to Craig again, and who will talk about various ways that people are joining us in our second ever virtual convention. Take it away, Craig.
Thanks, Margaret. So, in addition to here on this stream, we're actually going to be broadcasting many different ways. So delegates, alternate, registered observers are on our Zoom webinar. The delegates are voting using Lumio and obviously lumio.org. So anybody that's still dropping in now, make sure you check in through lumio.org. Any other observers out there can watch our Facebook live stream. We're going to also be live streaming on YouTube and Twitch, which is a whole new audience for this party. gp.org/live will have links to all of our live streams on Facebook, Twitch, and YouTube, obviously, as the day proceeds. Another awesome thing to share with everybody here is new for this year. We're also streaming the transcript of the convention in Arabic and Spanish. Those links can also be found at gp.org/live. And back to Margaret.
Thank you very much, Craig. I'm really happy that we're able to provide Arabic and Spanish transcripts of our conversation. As we know, those are very large populations in the United States, and it's important to be able to speak to people in a way that they can easily understand. One of the things I think that might be interesting for people to know is how the National Committee goes about choosing the actual honorary co-chairs for this event. As you all know, our presidential nominating convention is every 4 years, and there is a criterion that the National Committee has to evaluate potential nominees for this position. They look for things like people who have an established Green Party reputation, who've been active in the community, promoting our four um, pillars and 10 key values, and have established themselves as people of repute within the party. It's a very interesting and fun process, I suppose. If you like elections, that's a fun process. It's not everyone's favorite, but I quite enjoy it. And I've been very honored and humbled to have been first chosen to be nominated, and then, of course, having won the nomination. Many of you know me from my time on the steering committee, and as a consequence, this is my, I guess, swan song. The very steering committee that I'm a member of are concluding elections today as well. So if you're a member of the national committee, please make sure you get your votes in on our normal voting queue for that. I'd like to turn it back over to Craig.
So yeah, the history here and how we come to the party is amazing. Myself, I've been a Green since 2016, but I actually say I'm a Green beforehand. It was funny, preparing for everything. You look back at the other conventions in the past, and I also, from New Jersey, had an affinity growing up for politics, and I was involved with debate and a lot of different things. So I was trying to formulate myself, and I obviously fell into some of the Democratic stuff when I was a younger person. And I remember supporting Bill Bradley in the primary. And when he, lost the primary there, I had no more emotional attachment at that time. And that's when I found Ralph Nader back then, and was supporting Ralph in that limited capacity back in the 2000 race. After that, you kind of, go between the different stuff here in New Jersey, and you see who's running locally and statewide office and whatnot. But yeah, I circled back around, obviously, after the disappointment of 2008, when we got no hope and spare change, really. And, so started supporting the Green candidates again in 2012. Then obviously came back around again after Sanders had dropped out of the primary, was working here for a year and a half on that end of it, and then was very disappointed at how that all proceeded. And some Greens joining us here might be from that era and former burners like myself. And there's other Greens that have been here that have held up this party and grown this party since the beginning. And it's just so nice to be a part and welcome. And ever since joining the party and then, going through the ranks in New Jersey, volunteering on campaigns, running for state office and state committee positions, and then running a state co-chair position, you get tapped on the shoulder by some of the Greens nationally, and they're like, "Hey, would you consider running up, for the steering committee?" And of course, you're like, "Hey, we'll see how that goes. There's other things going on in the state I was focusing on." But there came a point in time where there needed to be a redirection and some of the things in the party and process in the party. So obviously, I was privileged to take that nomination and win, obviously, the ability to represent everybody here on the national committee. Since then, it's about a year and a half now on steering, and I think we've made some serious progress with a lot of issues, and we always have room to grow. That's the best part about it. Being Grassroots, we're all volunteers. So I'm just so excited to be here. Was nominated to be one of your honorary co-chairs, and accepted that, and working through all this together live is amazing. Margaret, please share a little bit more about your backstory.
It's not terribly different than yours, Craig. I voted for Ralph Nader in 2000 when I first became aware of his campaign. I thought it was really revolutionary at the time, and I was hungry for a change, like many of us today still are. So that was obviously my first real engagement with alternative political systems and ways of constructing a political ideology in my own mind. So as I moved through my life, I was just a voter, supporting green causes as I could, but I was on the sidelines. I wasn't really putting my time and effort into it. So I think probably it's the case that even though I wasn't a burner, I wasn't supporting Bernie Sanders because, of course, he was with the Democratic Party. What happened, what I witnessed was so egregious, so completely baffling to me that I thought to myself, well, look, this is clearly an opportunity for someone like myself to just get involved wherever that could be at the ground floor. And so then I started looking around at opportunities for in the Green Party. And believe it or not, I got I guess, my break in the Green Party by starting the Jill Stein dank meme stash for Washington State. So I was putting out dank memes for Jill Stein, and that all went pretty well. I got contacted by the National Lavender Green Caucus and asked if I would be interested in running as one of their national delegates. So I considered it and the implications of that, the responsibilities that that entails. And I thought that would be something I would be willing and able to do. I was honored to have won back in 2017 and joined the national committee at that point. After a few years serving as a delegate, I won an election to the steering committee in 2020 and then won my reelection in 22. So our steering committee has two-year terms and then we term out. So this is the end of my second 2-year term. It's been an amazing experience. And Craig, I'm absolutely impressed by the current steering committee and their willingness to tackle the difficult issues that this party faces, the vision that they have to lead us forward into the next phase of our party growth. And I'm really quite pleased that we have a consistent effort within the party to make sure that we're elevating new members and we are passing on the knowledge which we have acquired over time. It's very important to make sure institutional knowledge, especially in the arcane and rather Byzantine state ballot access laws, continues to get passed on. So we all understand as a national party what our main goals are and how to go about achieving them.
Oh yeah, it's been amazing. And just thinking back on a few other things, some of us are here obviously representing states and some of us are here representing the overall nation and trying to move the ball forward. It's like taking the baton and passing it to the next generation. And that's why I'm so indebted to all the Greens that have been here before and even the Greens and the youth that are involved in the party now and just waking up to, their own what they want to see in terms of the political landscape, and we've both run for office as well. So, I mean, locally it's funny in New Jersey how the machine of politics works, how on higher levels you do have a predominantly Democratic, governor, Congress, Senate makeup, some of the counties, obviously, state assembly majority. And then when you get down into your local races, your sometimes county committee races, sometimes town council races, you're seeing more of a Republican mix and a lack of people running there. So one of my issues have always been as an environmental activist growing up too, is I wanted to try to bring some change locally. And I saw lots of gaps and lots of holes in my local municipality here in Hawthorne, which is in Passaic County, and decided to step up and run. But after I had tried to work with my current town administration, because some towns have their own committees you can be a part of, an environmental commission, even a green team, which is like a offshoot of the environmental commission. And, when you're trying to get your ideas out there and suggestions, a lot of these people would not want to hear from you. So you try to make progress in those capacities, I would say. And then when you realize, heck, I can't get anything done this way, let me run for council. So obviously I explored that opportunity in 2019 after being a Green Team member. And it was just amazing to see the support that I had, not just from my friends in town, but it was nice to go out on the issues and bring a lot of attention to issues that even if I didn't win my race initially, a lot of those issues sparked the conversation and obviously brought some change into the town. And that's what it is. It's all about just getting involved, one capacity, one way or another, stepping up and trying to bring about the change that you want to see reflected in your community. And what I always say about the Green Party is you literally have, the ability to work on policy issues. You have your, political campaigns, and then you have your activism and action. So there's a home and pathway for everybody in this party. That's the whole point of being grassroots. And yeah, Margaret, real quick, I don't know if you have any want to share about your political run recently as well.
Yeah, sure thing. So like I want to probably acknowledge the elephant in the room in a way that if you're a green and you're running against the machine, which you always are, you're probably going to experience every combination of dismissiveness, of not covering your campaign, of being media blacked out, even shadow banned on social media. Here in Seattle, I ran for Seattle City Council in 2023. I was running in my district. There was only three of us running. All three of us interviewed with the Seattle Times. My two opponents had their picture and bios all in the paper. And for me, all it said was Margaret Elizabeth has some good ideas. That was it. So that was the extent of the coverage that we got. And that was from all of the papers and all of the media combined in Seattle. It makes it very difficult. Craig is absolutely right. When we look at the high level of things, we see Congress and Senate dominated by the parties of war and Wall Street. And the fact of the matter is that it can be discouraging to individuals. But politics is local. These local city council races, these school board races, library, tax collector, land assessor, whatever it might be. And many races are also nonpartisan, so they are irrespective of your party. These are great places for Greens to get involved in political action in their communities where their involvement makes a material and substantial difference in the day-to-day wellness of themselves and the people around them, their friends and loved ones. I think it's really important to understand that sure, every 4 years we're shown the big picture, these big national races, but politics are local, and we can really affect change on the local level if we put our effort into it.
Yeah, definitely. And what's funny is people like to say, yeah, we're only national. We're only focusing on the big picture. No, we're running local. And there's people in New Jersey that still to this day don't realize what the Green Party stands for. And when you go in front of those people, knock on those doors, make those connections, you really can relate on a one-to-one level. I think when I ran, I was more proud of the Republicans that I ended up finding that supported me and would vote for me than the Democrats. And I'm shocked that a lot of my own Democratic friends and people I know in town aren't really active in trying to bring about the change. They'll just show up at the ballot box, but they're not working on the grindstone every day to try to do what they need to do here locally. But yeah, I mean, we're doing a great job running up and down in this state, in my state, New Jersey. We have a great slate of candidates this cycle called the Green 13. So,
Hmm.
we have a very corrupt machine-based political system. So I know everybody heard of Robert Menendez, and everybody knows that he's been indicted a few times. And we're lucky to have our Senate candidate that was a former Democrat like us at one point in time see the system and decide to drop out of that and stop participating in that BS that they put out there because basically you're only able to move up the ranks, when they tap you on the shoulder and she had serious issues that she wanted to address with mental health and illness and obviously healthcare, housing, and then immigration now is another major platform for our candidate Christina Khalil. And then the party all around, we've been working on this to try to get a full slate of candidates because we really think that if you can get candidates to represent here, and sadly, we still have this ballot line where you're kind of stacked together. So if you have full representation for Congress and Senate, it obviously brackets with the presidential candidate. So we will use certain things that have, tricks that they are using to try to help build our party and exposure and get these issues out there. And I'm just so proud to be here representing my state and that slate of candidates.
It's been actually quite fantastic to see the Green Party effort all across the country to run slates of candidates. Back in 2023, that's the same thing we did here in Washington. In fact, we did it for the Seattle City Council race. We had a green wave, a green running in every single district all at the same time. Because indeed, even if we don't win the election, we can move the Overton window to embrace green concepts. We've seen this at the national level too. As we all know, Howie Hawkins initially proposed the Green New Deal in 2010. And within, I want to say 10 short years, the Democrats took it up, but they took up some like amalgamation of the Green New Deal, not the actual Green New Deal that we have proposed. And so this is really instructive to us as a political party when we articulate positions and platform planks, which are clearly designed by the overwhelming majority of Americans. The other political parties will pay attention and will take notice. To the extent that people start talking about those ideas, they'll adopt them wholesale if they're able to do it. And I think that that is a very motivating and encouraging thing for the Green. As I was telling my fellow slate mates, I'm not sure how to phrase that, but the fellow people on my slate are all running that, look, our effort here, sure, we wish to win, but if we could change the mindset of the people in Seattle to embrace really an evergreen future and really deal with climate change in a direct and bold way, then it kind of didn't matter if we actually won the seat. If our policies got implemented, that's what we wanted. And so I think that there was a lot of appetite for that. And it does a bit take the pressure off. I know as someone who runs, for a public office, there is a lot of public scrutiny and a lot of stress and pressure would build up over the course of the race, especially as you get closer to the actual election. One of the ways that that pressure can lessen is by understanding how your message is impacting those around you, even if you don't end up winning. And so I think that that can be very encouraging, even when we're in a system which can be specifically designed to disincentivize and discourage independent candidates from running. Speaking again, just a bit off the cuff here, I think that one of the things I really learned about my own run, and I'll say this to any of you who are considering a run, for no matter how small an office, do yourself a favor and get a campaign manager. I promise this is the way to go. Don't do campaign manager yourself if you are the candidate. Have someone help you with that. It really does make a difference. And it is a way for you to continually grow people around you, to develop a team, and be mindful of the fact that it is very rare to win on your first try. Most elections or people who are elected have to run multiple times before they actually win their first seat. In my own case, I take personal inspiration from Harvey Milk. Many of you know who that is. Harvey had to run 9 times before finally winning an election, 9 times. So when I think about that, and I think about the clear vision that he had and why he was running, it motivates me to keep running too, even in the face of defeat, even in the face of the big corporate machines pushing back. I don't know about you, Craig, but here in my election and in Seattle, we have spending limits for candidates and campaigns. My opponents outspent me by about $200,000 a piece. It was very difficult to compete.
Oh wow, that's a serious difference in spending, and that's funny because similarly here, obviously we all know a Green Party campaign is running the best we can on the smallest amount and smallest margin. So, I ran in a couple times, and like I was advised as well, it's going to take. Don't get disappointed. It might take you 3, 4, maybe even 5 attempts to try to break through. And I'm so glad you mentioned Harvey Milk, but yeah, that's where you just have to kind of keep that kind of knowledge in the back of your head and just realize that you're still winning each cycle. You're probably picking up more votes. You're probably picking up more supporters. At least you're picking up more people that are paying attention to the policies and issues you're running on. And you know what? Maybe that's inspiring them to get involved in a different way. I hate to say it this way, but it's like you'll get the call from the other side sometimes being like, "Hey, great job on that." They'll give you like some little like acclamations, and I'm like, "Thanks," because they don't have the courage to bring this stuff up because they don't want to look out of line or appear like they're stepping out of their boundaries of what they're told to by their apparatuses. But that's why running as a Green, you get to literally run from your heart and soul, literally is what you're running on. And I think most of the the candidates that I know right now running in New Jersey, they have so much passion and heart, and they're just trying to, obviously, like everybody knows, is trying to break through that barrier, that media blockade, that blackout that we're dealing with lately. So obviously, please, every Green running for office, I congratulate you and salute you for stepping up this cycle, just like everybody has in other cycles. And we all should just start following each other and obviously supporting and sharing all the Senate, congressional, councils, city, races, mayorals, school boards. Very important race that people forget is school board, and that honestly sometimes is more involved than some of these other races, because I have friends that are on school board that are at meetings until 12 o'clock at night. But it's a very important topic. If they have to pass a budget, they have to really invest a lot of time in this, and it really has direct impact on the youth in the community. So we are going to actually get ready to transition over to our next topic here, which is obviously our credentials committee. So I just wanted to spend a little bit of time here. I'm going to introduce Cassandra Lems from New York and Orlando Johnson from California, our credentialing committee co-facilitators, who will present our credentialing report and facilitate the approval process today. I can go over real quick the appeals process, and I will want to just let everybody know that there is a section 5-12 appeals from a decision of a presiding officer that you can look at there. Hold on one sec. Oh, that's weird. 5-12 appeals from a decision of a providing officer, and that is located at the gpus.org/convention rules $0 or £05-12. And I can read off of this. So Cassandra Lems is co-chair of the 2024 Credentials Committee. And while she's looking forward to retiring from that position after the committee submits its final report, she would like to acknowledge that the other committee members have been delightful to work with. Cassandra also serves as program committee chair for the Green Party of Nassau County, New York, as a New York State committee member, and a executive committee of the Green Party of New York, and as a New York delegate to the National Committee. She ran for office 4 times as a Green before disgraced former Governor Cuomo took away our ballot line in New York. Cassandra is a former paralegal specializing in foreign patents, but began her working life as an editor of books, trade magazines, and newsletters. She is a voracious reader, a skilled needle worker, and pretty good home cook. She sometimes sings with the community choir and has performed in 11 of the 14 Gilbert and Sullivan operettas. Orlando Johnson is a native of Oakland, California, has been an active participant in civic affairs since 1999 when he registered as a Green. His political journey includes a mayoral candidacy in 2006, a second attempt in 2010, and he later withdrew to assume the role of campaign manager for another campaign, and subsequent involvement with the Oakland Green Party chapter in 2011. In 2012, Johnson played a pivotal role in a coalition that successfully established the first Oakland municipal city ID card and pioneering achievement at the national level. Demonstrating his commitment to the Green Party cause, he served as a campaign buddy from 2012 to 2020, offering support to candidates across the spectrum. His dedication earned him a place on the County Council of the Green Party of Alameda County in 2021, and subsequently, he served as a state delegate from 2021 to 2023. Building on his growing influence, Orlando Johnson reached new heights in 2023 by becoming a national delegate and securing a position on the Green Party Credentials Committee, further solidifying his impact on both local and national level with the party.
Thank you. Thank you. About to start off. The Credential Committee was elected in 3 separate elections on June 5th, July 31st, and August 6th, 2023. Of 8 members who were elected, 4 either resigned or became inactive, leaving 4 active members.
I would like to acknowledge and thank the 2 other hardworking members of this committee, Kristen Bedant Combs and Alan Hunter, without whom this work would not have been accomplished. It has been an absolute pleasure to work with them and with Orlando. The original deadline to submit credentials applications was April 19th, 2024, which was then moved to May 19th, 2024, when the date of the convention was pushed back 1 month. The committee granted a blanket extension to all states and caucuses to July 3rd, 2024. This deadline was further extended several more times, ultimately to the final deadline of August 6th, 2024.
The Credential Committee worked closely with states and caucuses to provide flexibility in deadlines and documentation when needed. We exchanged thousands of emails and telephone calls and conduct many personal Zoom sessions with state caucus liaisons to help them complete the information required in this application for credentials.
After the August 6th deadline, the committee met to review applications for the final time before we forwarded the delegate list to the PNC staff. 34 states, the District of Columbia, and 4 caucuses submitted complete applications. All were approved by consensus. The Credentials Committee issued preliminary credentials to 299 delegates.
And now, if the delegates will turn your attention to Lumia, you are to vote to formally adopt this credential report. Once the vote is complete and the report is adopted, you will be granted final credential for the presidential nominee convention. Please vote now. Go Green 2024.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. You know, it has been 40 years, almost to the day in St. Paul, Minnesota, since we had our first national organizing meeting to build a Green Party in the United States. I was one of the 60 participants in that meeting, and I think I'm the only one who's still alive and still active in the Green Party today. So let me offer some perspectives from an old head on what we've accomplished and what we should focus on now. The Green Party is the only party that still survives among several attempts to build a progressive third party in the late 1980s and 1990s. When we began organizing in 1984, we were swimming against the stream. Most progressive activists were going into the Democratic Party with Jesse Jackson's Rainbow Coalition. But after the 1988 presidential election, when the Democrats failed to defeat George H.W. Bush, a number of other third party efforts were initiated. There was the New Party. They've disappeared while the Green Party persisted and survives. So that alone is something we should celebrate today as we are on our 40th anniversary. A big reason why the Green Party survived is that we focused on local organizing and running our own candidates for local office. We elected our first Green candidate in 1986 and kept electing more and more into the 1990s. By 1996, the Greens had organized a strong enough grassroots base to put Ralph Nader on the presidential ballots in 23 states. Ralph didn't raise money or campaign actively that year, but he let us use his name for ballot petitioning. And then when he ran active campaign in 2000, we got him on the ballot in 44 states. And that campaign put the Green Party on the national political map. And since then, the Greens have continuously and successfully run and elected local candidates. In fact, we've elected more candidates to public office than any third party on the left since the Socialist Party of the early 20th century. We've had less success in impacting national politics, and the last 8 years have been particularly tough for us between the push of fascistic Donald Trump and the pull of progressive Bernie Sanders into the Democratic Party. But that difficult political climate is now changing. People are disgusted with the miserable choices the two major parties are giving us. 63% of Americans say they want a third major party in the most recent Gallup poll on that question, which is a record high. So how can the Green Party fill this political vacuum? And how can we begin to have a major impact on national politics? I would like to suggest two practical approaches. The first is that we should recommit to building from below until we can run and win with competitive Green candidates for the US House of Representatives. We've had hundreds of Greens in local office and about a dozen in state legislatures. We should now be electing thousands, not just hundreds, in the coming period. Doing that will build our bench of experienced candidates and elected officials and campaign organizers, and that will create the foundation for running competitive Green candidates and electing them to state legislatures and the House of Representatives. The House is where we can have leverage on national policy. Presidential and Senate races in most states are just too big and dominated by big money for us to have much of an impact, but we can have a major impact in our local congressional districts. Congressional campaigns are where we have the opportunity and the capacity to force our local demands into the campaign debate. Where do the candidates stand on Medicare for all, the Green New Deal, cutting military aid to Israel until apartheid, occupation, and the genocidal war in Gaza ends? Where do they stand on a ranked choice national popular vote for president and proportional representation in Congress? We can make our issues the issues in congressional elections and have a major impact on national politics. So my first suggestion is that Green locals should develop a plan for running and electing local candidates with the goal of building up to running competitive Green candidates and winning seats in the US House of Representatives. The second approach I want to suggest is that we prioritize campaigns for ranked choice voting and proportional representation. The predominant single-member district winner-take-all election system produces the exclusive two-party duopoly under which we suffer. It generates the spoiler problem that produces a two-party system. But we have an answer to the spoiler problem. It's ranked choice voting. We need to flip the script when we are told we are the spoilers and say to our opponents, you are perpetuating the spoiler problem if you don't join us in working for ranked choice voting. Ranked choice voting is a reform we are winning. In 2000, we only had it in 2 municipalities. By 2020, we had it in 24 municipalities in 2 states. Today, we have it in over 60 political jurisdictions, and it's on the ballot in 6 states in this year's election. For legislative bodies like city councils, county boards, state legislatures, and Congress, we should be fighting for proportional ranked choice voting in multi-member districts to create proportional representation in those legislative bodies. We are winning this ranked choice form of proportional representation all across the country, from Portland, Maine to Portland, Oregon. It's a game-changing transformational reform. It will transform our exclusive two-party dictatorship into an inclusive multi-party democracy. And with proportional representation, Greens will get their fair share of representation and power in government that reflects our support in the general population. So let's not be demoralized by the miserable choices the 2 major parties are giving us. We've survived 40 years because the Green Party is needed. People keep turning to us because we have real solutions to the crises of climate, healthcare, housing, militarism, the exclusionary two-party system, and so many other pressing social problems. And real solutions can't wait. Today is a time when masses of people are disgusted with the major parties and open to alternatives if we look viable. Let's be confident that the Green Party policy agenda is what majorities of people will support, and let's be confident that our organizing efforts will demonstrate to masses of people that the Green Party is the credible alternative they are hoping for. Let's get to work.
Thank you, Howie. I guess everyone probably knows who Howie Hawkins is at this juncture, so maybe no introduction is particularly necessary. However, it is the case that Howie has been a very long-time activist in the Green Party, one of the actual founders of the Green Party of the United States, And of course, as you might recall, was the Green Party of the United States presidential nominee in 2020. That particular effort was the largest left unity ticket in the last 100 years. And we were very happy to have Howie Hawkins representing us. Craig?
Yeah, Howie Hawkins was an amazing candidate. Little side story is when I ran for my special election in the presidential cycle in the middle of the pandemic, Howie Hawkins came to Hawthorne, New Jersey, and hopped in an ice cream cart with me, like an ice cream truck that comes around your town, because I was trying to find something innovative to try to get in front of people in the middle of the pandemic. So we threw an invite to Howie and pitched it to him. He's like, sure. He came down and he hopped in the car, and we're handing out ice cream to everybody in my ward on a Friday afternoon. It was amazing. I have so much respect for Howie for all the runs that he has, provided and trying to build up the party, the last 40 plus years. So I'm going to introduce our next speaker. And by again, no introduction is normally needed, but let's definitely introduce him.
Well, hold on, Craig. Before
Yeah.
you do that, let me pop in here real quick to remind all the delegates that we have about 5 minutes left for the credentialing vote. So if you haven't gotten in there yet, please pop into Lumio and get into that poll and cast your vote. Go ahead, Craig.
Great. Thank you for the update. So Ajamu Baraka, a human rights defender whose experience spans 4 decades of domestic and international education and activism, is a veteran grassroots organizer whose roots are in the Black Liberation Movement and anti-apartheid and Central American solidarity struggles. He was the 2016 vice presidential candidate of the Green Party of the United States. Baraka is currently the national organizer for the Black Alliance for Peace. Also, Baraka is an internationally recognized leader of the emerging human rights movement in the US and has been at the forefront of efforts to apply the international human rights framework to social justice advocacy in the US for more than 25 years. As such, he has provided human rights trainings for grassroots activists across the country, briefings on human rights to the US Congress, and appeared before and provided statements to various United Nations agencies, including the United Nations Human Rights Commission, precursor to the current UN Human Rights Council. He is currently an editor and contributing columnist for Black Agenda Report and a writer for Counterpunch.
Country and really the history of humanity. It's a very critical moment in the history of this country and really the history of humanity. We are facing some critical issues that can determine how we are going to be able to survive on this planet, depending on the questions that we raise and the solutions that we attempt to try to realize. At this moment in history, we are seeing that we are facing collectively wars, genocide in Gaza, war in Eastern Europe. We see subversion in Latin America and Africa, mass incarceration in the United States, police killings, wildfires, super powerful hurricanes. All of these combined say that we can no longer live in the same way. And it's quite clear that the rulers can no longer rule in the same way. This is the context that we face. This is the moment that we are in. And it is imperative that all of us understand our tasks and responsibilities, especially those of us who support this party, who support the Green Party. People are looking for solutions. They're looking for alternatives. And this party has the ability to provide that. People are looking to participate. They believe that change is possible, but they need to be helped to understand what it takes to bring about change. It takes organization. It takes vision. And during this gathering, we need to talk about what that vision might be. It's important that the Green Party understands its potential. It must take itself seriously. It must chart a course and with boldness and conviction, provide the kind of leadership that people are looking for. And we have that possibility with this party. We have that possibility with this campaign that's being organized by Jill Stein to provide that alternative vision and to provide a pathway toward the kind of organization that we have to build in order to transform ourselves and to transform this society. We are in a fight for democracy. We're in a fight for our collective humanity. When we understand that, then it grounds us in the kind of seriousness that we need to be grounded in as we contemplate the kinds of alternatives and the work that we have to engage in as a party, as a voice of a new movement. So I hope that as we are discussing issues, that we keep this in mind, that we see ourselves as a vehicle for change. And when you see yourself as a vehicle for change, and when you understand the role that we have to play at the center of empire, it helps to ground us and keep us focused strategically on the task that we have to realize. So my friends, we need to keep this in mind, center this in our consciousness, and engage in a kind of work that I know that all of us are able to do in this party. And I hope that we take this mission, this responsibility as serious as the moment requires.
Okay, thank you all for being here for this part of the process. As you are aware, we are currently in the midst of the credentialing process. You should have already completed your vote at this juncture. So we're going to have the results posted here. I believe you're going to see, if you are at home, I think you're going to see them on the screen, whereas I will not see them on the screen, and I need to be told those results. So once we get that, we'll be able to let you know directly. And I am, of course, I'm very happy to be here at this juncture with you all. We're making very good progress on our time. If you are looking at the GP/live schedule for today's events, you might notice that we're a little bit ahead of our schedule, which is probably good for many of you in later time zones or earlier time zones. So once our credentialing report is ready to go, I will turn it over to our co-chairs.
I just love how you get to see the process live. Well, everybody gets to see the process live, not us per se, but it's so good to see everybody checking in and still voting right now.
From my own unofficial count, of course, I'm able to look under if you go under your Lumio login, right, you'll see the normal thing where you have like threads and everything. Well, there's a little tab next to it that says decisions, which is also where all the polls will be listed. So you can, in case the dashboard part isn't, I'm pointing at my screen, in case the dashboard part isn't working for you. So you'll find them under there too. And at the moment, we have about 58% of the credentialed delegates so far having voted. And the voting is open for a few more minutes. So please pop in there and drop your vote in as soon as you can. And also just delegates, we're aware that some folks are having issues logging in to the Lumio. I want to remind you that if you use Lumio in other contexts, that might be the issue. You have to use the same email login that you used when you registered as a delegate to be able to log into the Lumio properly and cast your vote. So like me, I have another login for my state party. I had to make sure I was logged in with my proper email address and all for the Green Party or of the United States rather than the Green Party of Washington. So if you're having a login issue, it could just be an email change. That's all that's needed to be done. Admittedly, it's a little confusing. It doesn't tell you that directly, but hopefully we'll get that all sorted for the rest of you and you'll be able to get this vote taken care of. We have just a few more minutes left before it concludes. And just a quick reminder, if you are having issues logging into the Lumio, use the Q&A function in our chat below and put your email in there. And then we'll see if we can get that squared away for you, or at least tell you if that's what the cause of your issue is.
Looks like we're at 62% of the delegates have casted so far.
I'm going to awkwardly make conversation for just a second as we wait for this vote to conclude. So one of the things I think that is quite interesting to me as a Green, who this is my second presidential nominating convention. The first one was our first virtual one in 2020. So this is our second one. However, one of the things that comes up a lot is why we have a virtual convention versus an in-person convention and the sort of challenges that brings to the table versus the opportunities that we might have. Craig and I had an opportunity to address this with some news report stuff a little bit earlier, but I wanted to tell you all that I think one of the best things about having these virtual conventions and going forward, hopefully we have a mix, a hybrid, is that in fact we have the ability to be accessible to so many more Greens than we would normally if everyone had to fly or drive, however they would get to our annual meeting location. So there is a lot of incentive, I think, for us as Greens to continue advancing down this virtual format and making it inclusive for everybody once we even get back in person again.
Oh yeah, Margaret, there's so many advantages to doing, well, here with the virtual, but also eventually the hybrid. You know, you're cutting down your carbon footprint. You're making everything so much accessible for a lot of our party members that can't make the trip, you know, for various different reasons. And honestly, this is great because this is more accessible. I think having this process live for everybody to see makes everybody see that we're approachable. This is easy. This is what you should be involved with. This is how democracy should look like and be represented. And honestly, like I said, we're all appointed delegates. We're all volunteers. We're all here taking days off from work, taking our time out from other obligations because we feel so compelled to participate and make sure that we're able to handle this democratic process. And we're seeing it on the live and we're adjusting to it on the live is also really fun.
I think so too. So live events are unique. If any of you have ever had an opportunity to be in a stage production or on theater, whatever it might be, the sort of like excitement and oh my gosh, I'm going to forget my lines, all that kind of thing that goes with a live performance. And this is no different. Indeed, we have rules to kind of help guide us along, but it's still a very much on the fly process. And I want to kind of swing back for just a second, just remind you two things real quick. 5 minutes until the close of the vote. So we're about at the end there. Also, if you want to be involved in your Green Party, it's all volunteer driven. So this is very important to bear in mind. Many of us, I think, understand pretty clearly that the system around us is designed to disincentivize us from getting involved in activist projects, in third-party politics, or anything which really just requires our time, our volunteer effort. The system we're in right now, if you're a working class person, you might have to work 2 or 3 jobs a week to make your bills and ends meet. So how are you going to find time to put effort into activism or other political activity? And this is on purpose. This is not a happenstance of the things around us. This is a designed system. This makes sure that half of the political eligible people in the United States don't vote. every single time. And we wonder, wow, what could we do to increase the voter turnout and all the rest? Well, there's a lot of stuff, I think. Clearly, having write-in ballots would be fantastic. Mail-in ballots have been used for the military since the 1880s. We do them here in Washington State, and it's worked just fine. There's no issue with it whatsoever. So that would clearly make it easier for people to vote. Here as well in Washington, we have a pamphlet that's sent to us, and it's got every candidate's picture and a little bio, and you get that about 2 weeks before the election. You then get to your ballot about a week before the election, you can start voting. And it works just great. I think if other states could implement that sort of process, it would make it much easier for people to get involved in alternative politics and activist causes, and basically be more involved in their communities in ways which capitalism does not permit at the moment. And we are very much almost at the close of this vote. So 2 minutes left, maybe 1 minute, 30 seconds, maybe 25 seconds now, maybe 23. And I don't know, my second counting isn't great, but we're very close to the end of it.
Yes, so delegates, please cast your votes in the remainder of the time.
Then after this vote closes, we'll announce the result, and you should be seeing them. You should be seeing them on the screen too, pretty shortly. Okay, almost done. Almost done.
1 minute left for everybody.
And just a reminder, this is the credentialing report. So this is the report that has like all the states and caucuses who submitted their delegates. So it's quite an interesting opportunity because there are so many more delegates and people who attend our annual national meetings than our delegates on our national committee. So it's a great opportunity for me to meet people I don't normally have a chance to interact with. We're just about there.
Oh, we're there. All right. So thank you to everybody that has been able to log in to Lumio and cast this first vote. Obviously, that you're going to be using Lumio throughout the day. So if you're having some difficulties on that, make sure you get everything squared away for the next part of the portion of the program. So I'm going to actually transition this over to our election administrator, who's going to review the results with us, and that is Joey Naham.
Thank you, Craig. So the vote has 160 yes, 16 no. And that is 68% who participated. So through Article 5, Section 7.4, all we needed was a majority, and this vote passes. Stay on good. Nice. We did. If there is an appeal, we will follow that process. I'm really enjoying our presidential nominating convention so far today. This is wonderful how everybody has come together today. Just liked hearing Howie, Ajamu, and Yeah, I run for office myself in Long Beach, New York, twice for city council, once for state assembly, once for congressional district. That was during COVID. And I will just be honest, this is pretty nerve-wracking right now, but I'm here because this is very important.
Cheers.
Oh, take it back, cheers.
Thank you, Joey. And for those that aren't aware, Joseph Nahum is thrilled to serve as election administrator for the Green Party's 2024 presidential nominee convention. A lifelong Green, Joseph's passion for political engagement runs deep, with a unique enthusiasm for the presidential nominee conventions that rivals the excitement many find in sporting events. His dedication to the Green Party is rooted in a commitment to environmental justice, social equity, and grassroots democracy. Beyond his role in the Green Party, Joseph is a devoted father, husband, and son, deeply connected to his community. He brings a wealth of experience in organizing and activism, working tirelessly to ensure that the Green Party's principles are upheld and that the 2024 convention is a true reflection of the party's values.
Thank you very much, everyone. I know that the voting process is a little cumbersome for some of you at the moment. Please be patient, work with the tech team through the Q&A function underneath here in the chat to get your issues addressed if possible. I know it's frustrating and there are time limits for the votes. So to the extent that you can, please try and get that sorted. And I extend my condolences to those of you who are having tech issues at this point. It can be very, very frustrating, especially when it's not entirely clear what the issue might be. Craig, I wanted to take a moment here to talk to you about something which is, I think, near and dear to all of our hearts, but perhaps even nearer and dearer to our pocketbooks. So as you all know, the Green Party is a self-funded party. We do not accept corporate money, and we do not accept money from political action committees. It's funded solely by you, individual donors like yourself. And it is the thing that makes us move. So I would like to have an opportunity to appeal to you all here tonight to look deeply into yourselves and see if this is the kind of thing that you would like to contribute to. I think that down ballot races, like the ones that are running in New Jersey with Craig, are fantastic places for people to see their donations make direct impacts in political races.
And we have so many people watching this stream across the country. So that your state party, follow your candidates. We end up using our campaign committees to end up getting some money from our donations down to these candidates. And I remember, getting a grant a few years back. And it was so helpful in the early stages of launching the campaign because you're literally working on getting your website, your hosting. You want to get at least a couple, handouts ready to go, and every dollar goes far. And I remember using some of my early social media where I would say, "Hey, look, your dollars are getting me this, and thank you." I put out appeals, to just say, look, you're going to get me another 10 palm cards, or maybe you got a banner that I needed, or maybe you funded the event I wanted to host to get out a voter registration drive. So every dollar counts. So the best way that anybody here watching this, outside party people, you can donate a few different ways. So you have gp.org/donate. We still obviously take, good old checks. So if you want to write a check out to the party, it's the Green Party of the United States, P.O. Box 75075, and that's Washington, D.C. 20013. You can also, through our portal, become a monthly sustainer. And that really is like a catalyst to keeping the party going forward. as some have always said, the little engine that keeps our organization running. So definitely there's multiple ways, $5, $10, $50, whatever you can, support our national movement to support our local candidates across the country.
I think that's a great point that you raised there, Craig. The Coordinated Campaign Committee is our national committee that helps campaigns all across the country get funding from the national party. It is a big deal. We have a real challenge when we run candidates to make sure that they get help from the national party. Your donations to the CCC directly, which you can do so by going to our website, gp.org. You can find that committee and make a donation directly, which will help candidates. And of course, as Craig mentioned, one-time donations are fantastic. They are greatly appreciated. But the real engine, the thing that helps the party grow, are sustaining donations. And those can be as little as $5 a month. It's that sustainable, reliable income that allows the party to project expenses into the future in a reliable manner. That allows us to increase our staff, our infrastructure, and the technology that we are operating with today, for instance. Most of what we are doing today has been made possible by the generous donations of the party members themselves over the last few years. And it's an incredibly humbling experience to be part of it. People donate of their time and their money in ways which are truly humbling. I want to quickly touch on our next agenda item. We will be moving from here to the platform presentation, discussion, and vote. So we'll probably be there in 5 minutes or so. We'll take a quick little break and be right back.
So we're still having our delegates check in through Lumio. So make sure you're in there and get everything going. I'm going to move to the next portion here. I'm going to introduce, let's see here, our platform co-chairs, Dustin Young and Bud Dickinson. Bud Dickinson was Secretary of the Green Party of the U.S. for 4 years until 2015, from 2006 to 2009, and was one of the 7 co-chairs of GPUS. Bud has long involvement with the Green Party and the green politics movement that led to it. Bud was one of the founders of the California Green Party in 1991. Bud has extensive election campaign experience, helped elect the first Black mayor in Newark, New Jersey, and was the Newark coordinator for the 72 McGovern for President campaign. He worked for several in Berkeley, California for several campaigns and was a candidate for Berkeley City Council in 1998, receiving almost 40% of the vote. Bud was co-chair of the Green Party of Hawaii for about 5 years, and then moved from Hawaii to Seattle about 7 years ago. Bud has a Master of Public Administration degree and a Master's in psychology. Bud is a retired energy conservation engineer with over 30 years in government or semi-public agencies. Bud is 81 and has practiced Buddhist meditation for about 25 years. Bud has been in and led several different men's groups as well.
And so I'd like to go ahead and introduce Dustin Young. Dustin first joined the Green Party during the 2020 presidential election, getting involved with the New Jersey Green Party and the Howie Hawkins campaign. In 2021, he was the campaign manager for Madeline Hoffman's campaign for governor. Dustin graduated from Rutgers University, New Brunswick in May 2024 with a degree in physics, history, and political science, and is now starting a PhD in physics at the University of Southern California. Welcome, platform co-chairs. Take it away.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, Dustin, I have a few words to say, and then I'll give you a chance. Make sure there we go. Okay, the platform committee has struggled over the past year with inactive membership and some inactive leadership. So I encourage new members. We were able to get out the announcement in September that we were open for amendments, submissions through January 31st. We received about 21 proposed amendments, and thanks to the hard work of Holly Hart, we were able to send them to the National Committee for a vote. 15 of them passed, and the draft is now before you. We had 2 hearings. About 25 people attended each hearing last Sunday and Monday. We will have just one vote on the entire draft. Thank you.
Thank you, Bud. That was very well put. Thank you. There's as Bud said, there's 15 platforms up to vote. A lot of really good stuff on there. Yeah.
Thank you, platform co-chairs. I would like to inform the delegates about the process that we have available. So there were 2 different speaking opportunities for delegates, both of which have an advanced process, which is outlined in our convention rules 5-8.2b. I apologize for the lengthy numbering of things. But in particular, to speak to a particular amendment, in order to address our convention, a delegate is required to register with their name, delegation, and the draft platform provision to be addressed and their position on such provision no later than noon Eastern Time, 2 days prior to the presidential nominating convention. That was this past Thursday. There is another opportunity called a motion to strike. A delegate may make a motion to strike a provision from the platform if they have also presented signatures of at least 10% of the convention delegates in support of that motion at the time that they register to speak. Also by noon Eastern, 2 days prior to the presidential nominating convention. If that had happened, there would be a vote on the motion to strike, and that would have required a 2/3 amendment. However, no one requested to speak or make a motion to strike. So the vote shall proceed as standard. And our vote is set to run for about 15 minutes or so. So please make sure you are using the Q&A feature if your Lumio is not working properly, and go and vote, please.
Also, as a reminder, if you have a question or a point of process, please use the Q&A function in the Zoom webinar. Q&A is where you can type in your questions, and our team behind the screen will do their best to answer as many as possible. We do ask that you try to limit your questions to points of process. Also, a reminder to all our delegates that the threshold for this vote is 2/3 support. I do want to introduce our Austin Bashore. Austin is a member of the Central Committee of the Ohio Green Party and a member of the International Committee of the Green Party US.
Hello, my name is Austin Bashore. I'm a member of the Central Committee of the Ohio Green Party and a member of the International Committee of the Green Party of the United States. From the polar ice caps to the rainforests of South America, the world in which we live is on fire. Scientists say we now have less than 5 years to halt our collision course with climate catastrophe. This emergency requires us to rise up and to do our best. This may be our now, but it does not have to be our future. Never in my life has our future seemed so uncertain. The genocide in Palestine, the climate crisis, and the looming threat of a coming Cold War with China. But when people come together and reach for a brighter future, we've shown that we can change the course of history. We can change history. We can make big things happen again, and we do not have to continue to live like this. We can change our now and our future for the better. We can create a society for us all. We can stop the doomsday clock ticking sooner and sooner to nuclear war. We can stop all foreclosures and evictions. We can finally see peace return to the Korean Peninsula again. We can cancel student debt. We can make healthcare and college free. We can create a welcoming path to citizenship. And we can end systemic racism. All we have to do is try. In the 2024 election, there is no lesser evil. For the past 20 years, we have been voting blue, but seeing red in return. It is long past time for that to end. Together, we can break the ping pong politics trap. This election is the greatest and our last chance to change course. The Green Party is here, and we are ready to tackle the challenges our country and our world oh so desperately need. The children cannot vote. The trees cannot vote. And our planet cannot vote. It is up to you. I ask you, if not now, when? Thank you.
Thank you, Austin.
So I want to just share something about Austin. So many of you might know that Austin lives in South Korea and has therefore been a very interesting insight into how green politics are perceived around the rest of the world and how green parties operate. And if you've had a chance to interact with Austin or you're in his state party of Ohio, then perhaps you've had a chance to interact with Austin as well. I find my interactions to be quite good and pleasant. Austin always has a very positive demeanor and disposition. And I think a real like clear vision of how to move forward with green politics, especially as we seek to engage young people in the United States and get them involved in this very, very important effort to, as Austin said, change our future. We can actually have the one that we want if we get involved and we get engaged. I want to quickly touch on the platform vote and how it's going. So at the moment, we have just about 51% of the delegates responding so far. So good job, everybody. The voting is still open, so let's keep going. We need a 2/3 threshold to make it across the approved finish line. So keep voting, voting, voting. We still have a little bit more time to get that done. Craig, I wanted to take a moment though while the delegates are voting, and I don't mean to distract them from their vote, of course, but I wanted to ask you something that we sort of touched on a little bit earlier. You were mentioning that there is a slate of tickets or slate of candidates in New Jersey who are running for all the seats that you have there. Could you talk a little bit about how like that came about? How did New Jersey pull that together?
So I think by seeing candidates run for some of the other offices, I mentioned 2016, I got involved with the party. And in 2017, we had a gubernatorial candidate, Seth Copperdale, that brought people in. And then we had Madeline Hoffman run for Senate against Menendez in 2018. And then we had Diane Moxie run also in 2018. As you start to see candidates run on issues, build obviously rapport, traction, and support, that helps, bring new people, new energy to the party. So as everything kept rolling forward and we kept running in different cycles, we literally were working early to get our Senate candidate locked down because Madeline Hoffman, who is one of our major peace activists and environmental activists for over 40 years now, is now mostly relocated out to Columbia. But she's still a part of our state party. And that's why it's great that you can still be sort of abroad, but still affiliate with your state party, by still either being registered or in our state, for example, we have a dues membership process too. So we allow for both and recognition and party involvement that way. And a lot of people were just seeing that, we needed change. So we were blessed to have met with Christina, and Christina came on and we basically had mentioned that Christina will be the anchor. And then all the other candidates are going to start to fill out the rest of the slate starting last year. Our shout out to Barry Bender, who's here, our elections chair, and the rest of the New Jersey team that worked together. And yes, some of the New Jersey leadership stepped up to run, but we also did olive branch to a lot of new people. And it takes a little time to get everybody on board, but they're all impassioned for different reasons. And I think that's why we're here too. We're impassioned for different parts of this party. Some people obviously are peace and anti-war. Some are appealing, obviously, with what's going on with Medicare for all. So I think having a broad spectrum of candidates that are offering a lot of different perspectives under our platform is really, bringing new energy to the rest of the party. And obviously, we're going to work hard in New Jersey to channel that energy going forward and keep growing the party outwards from here on, forward.
That's a really interesting strategy as well. You've got an entire slate of candidates who are running green up and down the board. So it's a really powerful statement to make that we are everywhere, right? It isn't just a once every 4 years presidential run. We are running for seats all across the country at every election level, every single election cycle. And I'm really, really happy to be part of it. If many of you are unfamiliar with the overall election results of the Greens throughout our history, we've elected over 1,400 people to office. So when we run, we win, and we win pretty often. In fact, our percentage of our winning percentage is about 45% of the time. So once we have an opportunity to, we really have a great chance in society around us. So I see that we're getting close to the conclusion of our vote here. So I want to turn this back over to our platform chairs to give us any further instructions and comments on it.
Yeah, this is Bud Dickinson again. I'd like to give you a little history on the platform. We have 10 key values. They are grassroots democracy, social justice and equal opportunity, ecological wisdom, nonviolence, decentralization, community-based economics, feminism, respect for diversity, personal and global responsibility, and future focus and sustainability. When I was working on the original platform in 2000, my goal was to implement these key values in concrete issues. And I think we succeeded at that time, and we've had a lot of amendments ever since. So thank you for showing up. Thank you for listening to me. Thank you for being here for the platform, which is important. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bud. Dustin, would you like to add anything?
It's the amendment process is important. The platform is very important. It touches upon a lot of essential things in our society, stuff that needs to happen, stuff that needs to change. And you know, I'd like to point out that some of the amendments proposed, today, certain things to protect ranked choice voting, to protect, certain wording changes, certain things to, protect African American cemeteries, to talk about telecommuting, talk about rights of equality. And it's important to, I think it will be important to accept these platforms. So I would like to encourage the delegates here, if possible, to vote, to review. If you have any questions, please put in the Q&A. And I also would like to thank Bud and Holly so much for their time and devotion to this process. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dustin. Delegates, I'll let you know that we have just now at this very moment, thank you for your participation, reached the 2/3, i.e. 66% of all of you have voted. So thank you so much for casting your votes. We still have a few more minutes before this vote concludes. So please try to get in there. There are 91 of you who have yet to vote. So please cast your vote if you're able. So Craig, I wanted to kind of give everyone a little update on our schedule. As some of you probably are aware, we're very well ahead of time. We're moving very quickly. We did not have any challenges to the credentialing report, and we have not had any challenges to the platform. Normally, our schedule would build in about an hour for each of those processes to play out. So you can probably tell that we're moving quickly through our agenda for today. So at the conclusion of the platform vote, which will be very, very soon, we will then take a short break, 15 minutes, give or take, for you to grab a bathroom break, a beverage, breakfast, whatever you might need. And then join us back here again, where we will pick back up in the afternoon session with our keynote address, who will be provided today, or I guess I want to say by this convention, so it is today, but also this convention, by Margaret Kimberly. And we'll be looking forward to that coming up soon.
So Margaret, Bud mentioned something very important to all the people outside of our Green Party that isn't familiar with this, our 10 key values. And obviously, people hear about this terminology, the 4 pillars. We have democracy, social justice, ecology, and peace. I think it's important that, especially with these trying times now in the world, that you're seeing so many people, youth, it just enraged and aggravated with the two-party system, and the two parties that are supposedly representing them and democracy are actually not representing democracy. You have youth and allies I've met this year that I've seen people out and for years show up only when it matters, and now you're seeing everybody come out in New Jersey and New York. It's been a very invigorating, I guess you'd say, enlightening experience to see all this new energy coming in that are protesting the genocide that's going on in Gaza. And honestly, I'm a longtime environmental activist. I'm still seeing a lot of people that were working in certain organizations. They were very tiptoe, very quiet here, now are more publicly active, and they're actually willing to support our candidates here. And obviously that means they're going to help support our presidential nominee and help move everything forward. So one by one, I think it's like the old dominoes, start to tip and fall. This is the cascade of the movement. And I'm just proud that we're out in the streets participating in movement and making those connections, those inroads, so that we can obviously work together to propel everything going forward for the rest of this year.
That's a great point, Craig. I wonder too, if there's, okay, so I think sometimes it can be a bit confusing, and we've got 4 pillars and 10 key values. Is that 14 things? What is that? So I think for me, one of the things when I first joined the party was trying to sort out what that meant. And we're a political party, so obviously our platform addresses a broad range of issues throughout society. One of the things I think that really spoke to me directly, and I've spoken on this many, many times, and I'm happy to do so whenever given a chance, but of all the parties that you could be in, like a member of in the United States, the Green Party is the only anti-war electoral party in our country. If I want to vote for not forever war, I have one choice, and it's the Green Party. It's, of course, a great choice, but this is a very, very significant issue. Perhaps in 2020, it didn't feel as important as it does now. However, we're looking at forever war in Ukraine with Russia. We're looking at an ongoing genocide in Gaza, and the kinds of things that are going on in these African conflicts in Ethiopia and other countries are beyond the pale. And I think that as Americans, sometimes we can be inwardly focused, as if our presidential nomination process didn't impact the rest of the world, but it does. We have to take a global view on how we are electing our presidents. It is indeed the case that if a Green became president, they would probably not have a friendly Congress or friendly Senate to work with. But the power of the executive allows them to take big, bold, and broad decisions which will directly impact these things. We can cut off funding to countries which we are supplying with weapons. And just to kind of bring it down a little bit to what we're dealing with today, as many of you probably know, Jill Stein's campaign qualified for federal matching funds, and yet the Federal Reserve has told us that they don't have any money. Mind you, this money is the money when you fill out your taxes every year, and there's a little checkbox that says, would you like to contribute, I think, $2 to the federal presidential matching campaign fund? That's what that money is. You have donated it as a taxpayer to fund public elections. They are now not doing that with the money that you have given them to do that with. Mind you, the other parties, right, the parties of war on Wall Street don't accept public funding money because of the restrictions on how they can spend it and the reporting requirements. which are significant. They just ignore it altogether. So as a consequence, we're being disenfranchised all across the board, all from the federal government all the way down to even things like giving the money that they're supposed to be giving to us on these very, very specific issues. And that's bothered me. It really has. I have a strong sense of like social justice and fairness and equal opportunity in the world. And this, of course, is one of our 10 key values. It is very difficult to be a person who feels strongly, morally, and ethically about things and exist in the world that we have today, when most of the powers that be are happy to bend the rules or pretend like the rules don't exist in any way whatsoever.
So you mentioned what the impact of the presidential candidate. I also love to point out the Senate race. If we can crack through that ceiling and get that one green U.S. senator, they can control the flow of everything. Look at the last few years, all the drama with the Democrats within their own party trying to get things passed. Everybody says vote blue no matter who, and then you have a House, a Senate, and a president, and you can't get anything accomplished. If you had that one green senator elected, they literally hold the cards and they can literally work with everybody. And that's the thing. I think people don't realize that that's also why they're scared of us, is that our green politics, and if you go through our platform, we would work with everybody. If we actually could get a couple of congressional candidates elected, we can actually have that voting block that you hope that the squad was going to provide and block. And it's amazing that you see the other party, the Republican Party, use their strengths of their few rogue congressional people to stop the speaker and literally hijack the Congress. And that's what a green running for Congress needs to do. They have to know, heck, I'm probably not going to be reelected. I'm here. I'm going to do the most with my power right now and leverage and run as a 2-year and I'm out candidate. And obviously their campaign can monetize that and run on that message. But look, we just got to crack through, and I'm very confident what's going on these days. So just so excited.
Yeah, you're not wrong at all. Of course, that dovetails very nicely with one of our 10 key values, which is future focus and sustainability. It is very much the case that we have to build this party step by step with a long-term perspective and a goal that we're trying to reach. And it can feel daunting. And you're absolutely right. If we could get a senator into the Senate, that is the kind of action agent that brings the Green Party into a more relevant position in the national discord. I think that sometimes, irrespective of the policies that we advocate for and how much people like them, we are dismissed as if we don't really have good chances at winning races and that kind of stuff. But I don't think that's a realistic I don't think that's a realistic projection. I think that is our opponents attempting to undermine us and to disenfranchise us and to discourage us. It's easier to beat a political opponent before they even start running if you discourage them enough from even starting. And since all of us will run grassroots campaigns, that is a real danger. As we're looking right now at the presidential process at the other parties, we see, of course, Kamala Harris is an appointed nominee, like did not go through any process whatsoever to win an election or delegates or anything of this matter. And whomever is going to be voting for that party is just being given a platter, if you will, with no choice on what's being served. And if you are a person who believes that you should have choice, or even if you believe that the democratic process itself is important, then you can't really be okay with what's going on there. This is a complete subversion of voting and us as individuals getting to choose people who represent us. And I want to be really clear. I know it can be hard sometimes when the political climate is as based in fear as it is right now. But we have to have the courage of our convictions. And I'm always really glad when I look at my platform and my party that there is no single bit of it that I'm in disagreement with. I feel perfectly great advocating for every single thing the Green Party stands for. And I'm happy to stand on any corner and debate our opponents, because they can't do that. At some point or another, they're going to look each one of us in the eye and say something like, it's okay for us to kill children in another country. And friends, colleagues, Greens, anyone who might be watching this, I will tell you, if killing children in another country isn't your make or break line, then you need to fix your heart. Something is wrong. That is not an acceptable thing to be doing, and no one should ever vote for that. The people who do, you are complicit in what is going on. This is directly because of American involvement. We cannot continue to do this and pretend like there's no consequences for us as a country.
And also back with our platform, I mean, with democracy, we're the party that wants to honestly reform. We believe in proportional representation. We believe in expanding Congress. We believe in instant runoff and ranked choice voting. Not many people are aware. There's a lot of Greens that are out there working in different orgs in their own states to try to propel and move that forward. But imagine if anybody watching this stream new to the party is not aware of that. It's amazing to see that we're the ones that really want to enact real change and real true democracy. The fact that we're the party that supports reparations, the party that is pushing forward and improved and expanded Medicare for all, and obviously the other one, of course, it slips my mind, but I know there's a few things that we support that no other party wants to represent and bring forward. I think you mentioned one. Oh, BDS, of course, Margaret, you mentioned that on the stream the other day.
Yeah, BDS is a foundational part of our party and has been since we voted on it back in 2016. If any of you were here during that time, you might remember that was a pretty involved discussion amongst the party. I think that it was good to have a vigorous conversation about this topic, about this issue, because we were going to embark on a very new political perspective outside of the arc that other American electoral political parties had taken. We officially adopted BDS as part of our platform and have advocated strongly for it ever since. So if you're not familiar with what the acronym BDS is, it's blockade, diversify, and sanction, or divest and sanction. So we want to encourage companies and corporations or anyone who has any kind of monetary investment and engagement with Israel to withdraw. We want to impose a blockade, just like the United States would do with any other nation that is conducting a genocide. We would blockade them and deny that kind of avenue for them. We would not allow weapons to be delivered. We certainly wouldn't be the ones delivering them. I mean, it's hard to, in some ways, see this as a nation. I am a peace activist at heart. I don't believe in violence. And so when we see the unmitigated and unchecked violence, which is being unleashed across the world, it's heartbreaking. And I'm glad that we can gather with like-minded activists to get a better, more sane perspective on how to engage with international politics. I don't want to take too much more of your time right now. We are still conducting the platform vote, so you still have a little bit of time to the top of the hour to complete your vote. We have about 72% of the delegates voting so far. So thank you all very much. There's about 75 of you who could still vote. So please take a moment to do so. And we will be taking a break from now until the top of the hour, about 15 minutes. Please grab a drink and we will see you when we come back. Okay. Hi, everyone. Welcome back from your break. I hope you had an opportunity to take a break, stretch your legs a little bit. We are happy to be able to announce the conclusion of our platform vote. At the moment, let me quickly refresh this so I have the most up-to-date numbers. Okay, so we had a total of 75% of the delegates participate, 203 in total voted out of 269 who could have done so. And the vote is overwhelming. 90% of the voters voted yes, 10% of the voters voted no. And as a consequence, our platform is accepted. Thank you all very much for participating in that vote. I know that for some of you, it wasn't able to be done, and we're still trying to get that sorted out for you so that you can get your presidential votes in as well. It's been a bit of a confusing effort at times, so thank you for staying with us and having the patience to get through it all. So now I want to kind of take a moment here to talk about something that is perhaps not the best, most happy, upbeat subject to talk about, but of course, every A&M and PNC, we try to be mindful of those of us who have participated as Greens previously and are no longer with us. This is our memorial segment, and where we have some videos of people and highlights that we would like to play for Greens who are no longer with us.
It's been a tough time in New Jersey. We lost Patricia recently, and even as a newer Green, she was like a mentor to me, and she was so sweet and kind, reminded me like my grandmother. And it was my grandmother that got me into politics when I was a little kid, watching all conventions and stuff. And it's a shame, it's a loss. I've had a few other interactions and with some of the other Greens that passed too from New York, but we thank them, their families, everybody that put their time, effort in growing this party. And we're going to take the baton and do our best to steward and lead it going forward. I get to introduce my good friend, Margaret Kimberly. Margaret is our keynote speaker today. She's the executive editor and senior columnist of the Black Agenda Report and the current host of Black Agenda Radio podcast. Her book, Credential, Black America and the Presidents, was published in 2020 by Steerforth Press. I would have shown a copy. I lent it out, so it's serving its purpose. I remember I lent it to a good friend, so I will be ordering a backup copy to have. Margaret is also a member of the State Committee of the Green Party of New York. Take it away, Margaret.
Greetings, comrades. I'm so delighted to be joining you today. Although I had to record earlier And I'm grateful for the flexibility that has allowed me to give the keynote address for the 2024 Green Party Presidential Nominating Convention. I want to begin by saying that the Green Party is a necessity. Yes, a legitimate electoral choice, but more than that, an absolute necessity if we are to live humanely and actually if we are to survive at all. We are excluded from debates. They fight to keep us off of ballots and to steal the campaign funds we have earned according to the rules of the political duopoly. But we challenge interest groups that don't want us to live humanely and who don't care if life on Earth perishes because of fossil fuel production. That's why the Green Party is a target and why we cannot back down. This is a very strange and difficult time for the people of this country. Presidential election years always have that quality of unreality because there is so much effort made to propagandize the public, to indoctrinate us all. This year is especially odd because the bogeyman is back, and of course I mean Donald Trump. He was the unexpected president, the man who won an electoral college victory because of the hubris, incompetence, and allegiance to the neoliberal agenda of the Democrats in general and Hillary Clinton in particular. Bernie Sanders' unexpected success was an indication that at the very least, an old-fashioned get-out-the-vote campaign was needed. But she preferred to assume she had Obama's manufactured appeal when she didn't, and the very undemocratic rigging of the Democrats' nomination process led to her defeat. It's ironic to see every Democratic Party appeal to voters made as an urgent call to preserve democracy. That's funny, not ha-ha funny, but ironic. As most of you know, the Democrats do their usual war against democracy in order to keep Greens off the ballot. So committed were they to subverting Greens' democratic rights in North Carolina in 2022 that they actually called anyone who had signed nominating petitions for the Green Party in the state and asked them to recant and undo their choice. They also went to people's homes to intimidate them. And of course, they attempted a legal effort to get the Green Party off the ballot when we had met every requirement. Keep this in mind when democracy is used as a cynical marketing tool. I know I'm preaching to the choir, as it were, but it bears repeating. There is much more agreement between the two parties than there are differences. And even when there are differences, the two manage to find ways to come to mutual, although sometimes tacit agreements on issues on which they allegedly differ. One such example is abortion. Republicans said they wanted to make the procedure illegal, and Democrats said they would protect reproductive rights. But a strange thing happened in 2008. During his campaign, Barack Obama, always hopeful and audacious, said that he would codify the Roe v. Wade Supreme Court decision and take it out of the hands of the judiciary. But just 90 days into his term, he announced that it was not, as he put it, his highest priority. In 2017, Democratic House Speaker Nancy Pelosi declared that there was too much talk about abortion because it was, as she put it, fading as an issue. But 2 years ago, the Supreme Court overturned Roe in the Dobbs decision, and the same people who spoke out of both sides of their mouths are now saying that abortion is the winning issue with women voters. But we've seen this movie, and we know how it ends, with abortion or some other issue being used to get votes and raise money, but then somehow being left off of the agenda. Despite all rhetoric to the contrary, Republicans and Democrats agree on fossil fuel production, and the results are calamitous. Warmer temperatures mean warmer oceans, which means stronger and more frequent hurricanes. Houston, Texas was struck by Hurricane Beryl and lost power during a sweltering heat wave. Heat domes are more frequent, with even Valley and Las Vegas reaching record-breaking temperatures, UN climate accords, Kyoto or Copenhagen or Paris or Glasgow or Sharm el-Sheikh or UAE are shunned by Republicans and praised by Democrats. But Biden, like his predecessor and boss Barack Obama, allowed drilling in the Arctic, just like Trump did. And Democrats and Republicans alike allow oil drilling on federal lands. But what difference does it make when climate agreements actually allow the temperatures to rise, but only, we're told, 1.5 degrees C? Well, that benchmark has been missed repeatedly, and every month world temperatures break records. Carbon capture is a corporate pipe dream, and fossil fuel production continues unabated, regardless of who is in office. We are cast as spoilers and blamed for the deceptions of the colluders. Yes, is there a peace party in this country? Yes, and we're it. I was in China in April and from afar saw the corruption, which culminated in the $91 billion package of so-called aid to continue the Ukraine proxy war, to start another proxy war in Taiwan, and continue Israel's genocides and war crimes. It is Palestine, which has created a new movement in this country, and people who may have voted for Biden before now pledge to abandon him because the US is the main accessory to Israel's crimes. Before I go on here, I want to point out how genocide is defined. The 1948 UN Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide defines it as having the intent to do harm to a group of people. I think it's important to know that we aren't throwing around a serious word without good reason. Quote, in the present convention, genocide means any of the following acts committed with intent to destroy in whole or in part a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group as such, killing members of the group, causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part, imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group, forcibly transferring children of the group to another group, unquote. I point this out in order to demystify the meaning of genocide. It's clearly being committed in Gaza by the Israeli government, which could not do anything without help from the US. This policy is also bipartisan, with just a few congressional members daring to speak up, or speaking up or still voting for more weapons, or not voting for money but endorsing Joe Biden, who is an accessory to the crime. Of course, this means that there are other genocides happening, from our prison system and mass incarceration to the forever wars and the economic sanctions which are meant to create suffering in Cuba or Iran or Eritrea or other nations because they dare to free themselves from imperialist dictates. If people can't access medical care because of these unilateral coercive measures, they are victims of genocides too. We see how protest against genocide became a target of the state and of their wealthy patrons. Young people were attacked by thugs, suspended from school, arrested, or not allowed to graduate. Their professors lost jobs and were targeted for attack. This is most undemocratic behavior, and while the duopoly have varying levels of responsibility, the Green Party stands apart. If you were to ask millions of people if they want what is in our party platform, they would say yes. Yes to the 4 pillars of peace, ecology, social justice, and democracy. Yes to public money for the people's needs. Yes to ending the climate crisis. Yes to ending the military-industrial complex gravy train, and saying no to genocide and to proxy wars and to the austerity they bring to the entire country. The sad, hard truth is that the ruling class and their errand boys and girls in the Democratic and Republican parties want to silence the people consigned to immiseration by their acts. A party that wants true democracy, that wants proportional representation and voting integrity, is acting against their interests. That is why we are vilified and demeaned as spoilers. Here in New York State, where I live, the Democratic Party stole the green ballot line. Our then Governor Andrew Cuomo changed a budget bill which significantly raised the threshold of signatures needed for a party to have a ballot line. They know what people want and what we are talking about, and that it threatens corporate interests and their politicians who work to advance them. Local actions and global impacts. We strive to get on the ballot in New York, and many of you are doing that around the country. The people have no voice in the duopoly, where both wings stoke wars and, for example, escalate tensions with other nuclear powers, Russia and China. Negotiation is considered passé, and so are the nuclear treaties which the US has unilaterally withdrawn from, which creates a literal threat to life on this planet. This country needs the Green Party. Don't be shy about saying so when your friends and loved ones claim that your vote lost abortion rights or a different Supreme Court. It is sad that people are actually making an argument against the idea of democratic governance when they say that the Green Party should disappear and stop running for office. The Green Party actually has a chance at victory in the Electoral College. That they protect so much. We aren't spoilers, they are the spoilers, and they should stand down and apologize about the state of the nation which they have worsened. How can you consign the unhoused to arrest and not support housing as a right? How do you target them and blame them while at the same time giving billions of dollars to the military-industrial complex or unwinding Medicaid and taking health benefits? If Greens were in power, these things would not be happening. We are not the spoiler. It is hyperbole to say that it is not hyperbole to say that our platform can be the savior and bring some security and safety to the people. Lastly, I want to speak to you as a Black person. We are often used as a cudgel, cynically, of course, to make the case for supporting austerity in war. If you're white, you will be told that being green is an elite privilege and that marginalized people need the Democrats and can't afford to have them lose. Well, that's a lie. Who was the deporter in chief? Obama. Whose welfare reform impoverished millions of people? Clinton. Whose crime bill put thousands of people, Black people, in jail? Biden and Clinton. Who's sending billions of dollars to Raytheon and McDonnell Douglas and the rest of the defense contractors? Republicans and Democrats. Working people, Black people, Latino people, every marginalized person cannot afford to go along with the status quo. We need to be organized and we need to mobilize. Those are the only things that improve life in this country, and that's for you and for me. Thank you, and power to the people, and go green. Thanks so much.
Fantastic. I'm always so grateful when I get a chance to hear Margaret Kimberly speak. Very, very on point all the time. What did you think about that, Craig?
Oh my God. Every time Margaret just like knocks out of the park. And I'm so happy that she was able to present to us.
Before we move on to our next agenda item, I just want to say a few words to you as your outgoing National Party co-chair. As Craig said earlier today, the Green Party is a grassroots party. There are no corporate funders here, no billionaires or the 1%. Our party is funded by individuals like you and me. One-time donations are our bread and butter, but I know how important it is to have a regular stream of income, especially monthly sustaining donations that can go towards our general operating expenses. As most of you know, the Green Party's mascot is a sunflower. And someone once told me that our party is also like a sunflower. The candidates are the forward-facing flowers and petals. They're the things that people see and people get excited about first. Campaigns are exciting and they are dynamic and they are a fun thing to raise for. But if candidates are the petals of the sunflower, the party itself is the roots in the stalk. Only with a strong foundation can we grow beautiful flowers, or in our case, high quality candidates. So please, if you can, give today to fund the roots in the stem, the strong stock of the internal party capacity, infrastructure like staff, better technology and systems, organizing and outreach. Go to gp.org/donate and give today. If you would like to be a monthly sustainer, you can click on the words "click here now," located right above that little green horizontal line on our main donation page. And thank you very much for your support.
I would also like to just say to everybody, if you're watching and you're trying to get involved with your state party and the national party and you want to help build this movement, the other way to donate is with sweat equity. So right on our website, you have a volunteer tab you can fill out. It's gp.org/volunteer. And under that, there's a slew of different categories where you can obviously put your talents and what aspect of the party you're interested in. And what our national party does is it actually will reach out to the state affiliate and send your information down. So if you want to work on your state on different levels in different capacities, you can definitely get involved that way. So I'm hoping everybody that's watching on Twitch, YouTube, outside, and isn't a part of the party will get involved with your state party and obviously us today.
Thank you, Craig. So we're going to move on to our next agenda item for today, which is our presidential candidate speeches. But before we do that, I'd like to touch on a few of the rules around that so that you're all familiar with it. Again, I recognize that for many of you, this is your first presidential nominating convention, and sometimes the rules around these things are not as clear as you would like them to be. So if you are able to go to the gpus.org website, you will find all of the convention rules listed. The ones that are specific to this particular time of our agenda is related, of course, to presidential nominees speaking to the convention. So the way that our bylaws are set up is that we have a time window in which all the potential candidates can submit statements to us saying that they would like to speak and address the convention. After which they have just a few pieces of paperwork and some technical things to fill out. And this is going to be, of course, an opportunity for Joey Naham, our election administrator, to explain to you what the actual process is there in some detail with some meat on the bare bones I've laid out here. Joey, if you'd like to take it away.
Are you hearing me okay? Let's see. Are you hearing me?
We are, I think, but hold on just a moment, Jill. Joey, are you able
I'm
to?
here. Yeah.
Okay,
Thank you very much, Margaret. Okay. I really liked your sunflower analogy, and I just wanted to also add that if somebody else cuts my son's sunflowers, that you're also hurting democracy. So please contribute more to pay for those sunflowers. All right. So. So I'm Joey, your humble election administrator and one of your co-chairs of our Green Party National Steering Committee. And this amazing human next to me is Gloria Matera, which is our election assistant. So let's talk rules, shall we? Because let's face it, rules are the backbone of democracy, or at least that's what I tell myself. There are two main ways a candidate can earn their 15 minutes of fame, or I provide a 5-minute address to the convention. First, you need to snag at least one delegate from 3 different states. That's Article 5, Section 9.1. For those keeping score at home. Second, if you miss the first vote, you can gather 3% of the total delegate counts on a single petition. That's a cool 10 signatures from at least 7 states, but here's the kicker, those delegates can't be already hitched to another candidate. So sorry, early birds, and those deadlines have passed. Now, there is a possibility for a appeal, and that would require the appeal to go through Q&A and having the 5 co-sponsors of the appeal to also add themselves into the Q&A. And that's a hypothetical.
I'm not listening to this.
I could read
Here's something that I need.
article, but also Article 5-9.1, candidate Jill Stein has already reached that criteria. And so she is the candidate who will be already already able to speak and address the convention today. So the sunflower analogy was very helpful because I also feel that everything is a garden and we're trying to plant seeds. And today is a very good day for nutrients and minerals. And that's everything that everybody's bringing in here today that will help everything grow for a very beautiful and healthy garden, because democracy thrives with multiple voices. So also, other candidates did put in that they intend to, they submitted their declaration of intent. But again, Jill Stein was the only candidate who met the criteria to address the convention today. I'm going to come. And this is Gloria Patera.
Hello, everyone. We just want to make sure people understand what an appeals process includes in case that is something people are looking at. There will be a time limit for when that can happen. Obviously, we need to move the convention along, but in your Q&A only, that a delegate may raise an objection by respectfully addressing the presiding officer in the Q&A stating, I appeal from the decision of the chair because this ruling is contrary to our rules. So once that happens, then we will go forward with the process. So we will allow 3 minutes for people to consider that. I'm not saying it has to happen, but the clock ticking now.
Is this better? Oh, excellent. I remember when I was, I've been a Green all my life. And when I was 17, trying to watch the 2000 election debate, and Ralph Nader was refused to enter the debate against Al Gore and George W. Bush. And that was the moment that radicalized me, because we should be able to have as many voices heard, because there are so many different views and values and sides. So it's truly an honor, and I'm just authentically loving the staff that's helping this presidential nominating convention move so well forward. And this is something that I'm going to remember all my life.
So no, Joe, we're so glad to have you doing this. I did this in 2020, which is a very different time for all of us, having a presidential convention during what was just a few months into the height of COVID. Want to say we have some of our similar team here working. We're actually all together in Brooklyn, producing this for everyone. And it's really been delightful to see how many delegates from all the states and caucuses are here with us. Really want to send some appreciation to our honorary co-chairs, Margaret and Craig, really kind of giving us information, entertainment, showing the way about how this is working. Okay, okay, we have an appeal, and so we are going to take a look at that. Okay. Okay. It's just to review, we do have an appeal, the appeal caucus. So to go forward, we need to have, please, in the Q&A, 4 more delegates from 4 different states or caucuses. All right, right. Our 3 minutes over in terms of any other appeals, but we will have 3 minutes more for delegates. The 4 delegates from 4 different states, putting their names forward. Yeah.
Right. Q&A, wish to be a co-sponsor.
Oh, somebody's asking, don't we need to know the appeal so you can actually support our Jason? So maybe we can write it, we can text me, you know?
I'm going to read out the appeal. It editorializes so people can, we can wade through what the exact appeal is, but I will read it as presented. But to be clear, it involves perceptions and opinions. As Joseph has already detailed, he was only brought on this past month and did nothing to communicate the requirements or deadlines to our presidential campaign based on the new specifics of this Green Party convention rescheduled from July. The requirements for a presidential to speak at the PNC is about delegates achieved and nothing else. Davi has achieved the necessary requirements. If you are in any way practice the democracy you preach, then you will assist in ensuring Davi speaks today. It is ridiculous for there to be no other presidential candidate to be able to speak. I appeal from the decision of the chair because this rule is contrary to our rules. Call for a motion to allow Davi to speak right now.
And we are starting the 3-minute timer now for co-sponsors.
Delegates, please include your state or caucus in the Q&A.
Okay,
Okay, got it?
yes.
All right.
So I see that there are a number of delegates who wish for me to clarify. First off, we do have 5 co-sponsors for the appeal, but to clarify, there were not the required delegates to meet the criteria for candidate Davi to meet the to address the convention. There needed to be 3 from states or caucus. Davi received 1 from the National Black Caucus, and he received 1 from the District of Columbia. And that doesn't meet the criteria of 3. I think I'm succinct. Okay. I'm going to pass it over to the election administrator assistant, Gloria Matera.
Okay, thank you, Joey. So as stated, there are 5 delegates, confirmed delegates who have supported this appeal for Davi to be able to speak. And so the next step in an appeals process is there are 5 delegates who may speak for 1 minute each in favor of who supports the appeal, and 5 delegates who will speak in favor of upholding the ruling that speaking rights are not afforded to Davi. And so we need people who are interested in speaking in favor of the chair's decision. So please, your name and your delegation. And we'll take them in order because there may be more than 5. At 5, we will cut off. And then we will set up the speaking 1 minute each, and we will alternate a speaker for, a speaker against, until everybody has spoken. And then we will move to a vote on Lumio by the delegates.
Thank you, everyone, delegates. I appreciate you taking the time to make your opinions known. This is, of course, exactly what this appeal process is for. So thank you for utilizing it. I know it might not be as intuitive as perhaps we would like it to be for this process. So I do appreciate your patience and your time in going through it. I recognize that there has been some contention around this process, and to acknowledge the sort of ambiguities here, it is important for us to recognize that these were all voted on by the national delegates previously. And if we would like to change any of our rules, we so can do, provided we make a proposal and pass it and do so.
And Margaret, I'd love to add that this presidential primary process begins in our PCSC committee. We work in between cycles to amend and improve the process. So this process was laid out last year, and most of the candidates that were submitted inquiries were reached out to, and they also filed paperwork. And then some of them proceeded through the whole process, and some did not complete the full process, because there's a lot of viewers here that are outside the party, not sure how the whole process works. It has been listed on the gp.org website under elections and 2024 presidential process explained. So that's why I think a lot of people might not be aware of all the steps and requirements and honestly, what we want to do to present a bona fide candidate that's going to seek the nomination, run an effective campaign, try to seek those matching funds in every state. And that's the reason why we've been building to legitimize this party and maximize our exposure with this race. And I hope, as we all can move forward from here, we know that there's always things to improve upon. But we, again, are all volunteers here working through this. We are seeking the best for people, planet, and peace.
Indeed. I'd like to also take this opportunity to remind, if you're a member of the news media who's registered for credentials at today's convention, I want to remind you that the press conference for the Green nominees will immediately follow their acceptance speeches later today. Also, the press conference is taking place on a separate Zoom line, and you should have already received that access information. So please remember to switch over and join us in that Zoom room. And I believe our election administrators are ready to give us an update. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Margaret. I just want to make sure that everybody's clear, because we want to make sure we go through this process step by step and everybody understands it. So those of you who are putting your names in the Q&A, what you actually need to do is say that you would like to speak in support of the election administrator's ruling, right? In terms of Davi not having the delegates. We heard the delegate report that there were 2 delegates from 2 different caucuses or states, and 3 were needed. So based solely on the ruling, that Davi is not qualified to speak to the convention. But we understand that there are some political concerns about this too. And so since the election administrator's decision is the one being challenged, I have stepped in as the assistant to handle the appeal, and I am going to let this ruling go forward, this appeal go forward, because we are looking at it not only based on the exact reading of the rule, but for some of the political implications and concerns that people have. But I want to remind those of you who are, because we already have our 5 delegates who are going to speak in favor of Davi having a 5-minute presentation. We now need our 5 delegates to say they would like to speak in support of the election administrator's ruling, and please put your name and your state in the Q&A. So we're going to take a moment to make sure we have everybody's name accurately. We're checking that people are registered credentialed delegates so that we have the right people speaking for and against this issue. Thank you.
So, hi, welcome back. I guess welcome me back. Welcome Craig back. You'll see our faces a lot today. So hopefully that's not a bad thing for you. I want you to all know that, like, for me, just personally, this is a very momentous occasion. I want to make sure I do a good job personally for myself. I like to take pride in my work, but I also want to do a good job for all of you. And that means that I'm committed to this process no matter how long it takes. So as Gloria Materia indicated, if you would like to speak in support of the administration election ruling, please put your name and state in the Q&A so you have an opportunity to speak. And then we will, I think it's a minute for each speaker. I believe I'll have to defer to the election administrator rules on that, but it should be a minute or 2 for each speaker. So it shouldn't take too long to get through the for and against speeches. But thank you all for bearing with us through this process. I know it's not the same as it would be in person. If this were in person, you'd all be sitting in a big auditorium and we'd be behind the curtain looking at things. And then one of us walking out to the podium and holding a bunch of paperwork and shuffling it around a lot. So I could shuffle the sound. I could make paper shuffle sounds, I guess. But fortunately, this is all electronic at this point, so we don't have to deal with that part of it.
What I would like to just say is that the candidates that did file, that did seek the nomination, I still thank you for participating. And it's a process that we always evolve and learn from and move forward from. So, but we are here today. I think, you know, to finally say we've got a campaign and a candidate that's going to, you know, represent all of our interests moving forward and seek this nomination, and obviously work their best to be on 50 state ballots and win the presidency. And even if we didn't win the presidency, we're winning hearts and minds and soul and support, so that this party will become stronger moving forward. And whatever percentage of the vote then will maximize our exposure and help us. So hopefully we don't have to keep making appeals for ballot access. I mean, there's a lot of wins even in the losses. And that's why I always want to thank anybody that participates and puts their time and energy into this party in any capacity.
So Craig, you bring up a pretty good point, which is to say that there's wins even in our losses, which is perhaps an odd phrasing in some sense, right? However, the very specific point you're raising, which is ballot access, is exactly that. For us, even if we don't win the presidency, if we were to cross 10% of the, or 5% of the general electorate, that's a huge win for the party. And that is the sort of thing, as you probably all know, most of the effort of the Green Party is spent in ballot access. Most of our hard-earned time is put into it. Most of our money is put into it every 4 years. Whereas if we cross that 5% threshold one time, we'll have ballot access for the rest of history, I suspect, because once you get across there, you rarely come back and you don't lose that status anyway. So it's a big deal for us. It is the sort of strategic objective, if you will, of the national party every year to incrementally step to that 5% threshold and get across it. It takes a lot of effort, vision, time, dedication, blood, sweat, tears, you name it. Lots of tears, I think. Especially because the Green Party, unlike many parties, works on the consensus model. As a consequence, when there's a disagreement, we would like to spend the time to talk through it and get to a consensus decision so we're all together and can move forward without contention within the party. To be honest with you, that is a time consuming effort and not everyone is cut out for it. If you've come from an activist background or someplace where a group can move quickly, suddenly finding yourself in an electoral party that's dedicated to consensus is like jumping into a mud puddle that moves very, very slowly. And it can be very frustrating, especially when there's really important issues which are sitting on our plate. But this is the way we do it. And it is why I believe that when you finally get involved with the Green Party, you really do put your time and effort in because it's very, very clear how much of a difference you make. Your specific involvement is the driving factor. And I wanted to say this about volunteerism for just a second, because I know sometimes, especially if you're a working class person or you're poor, you may not feel as if you can donate like money to a campaign or even to a party. And you might feel as if you're like, that doesn't count then, your volunteerism. But friends, if you were getting paid minimum wage, which I think should be more than $25 an hour, but let's just say it's $25 an hour, think of your volunteer time in the same way. So every hour you're donating of your time is $25 you're donating to the party. It's very important to understand this because your volunteer efforts are the thing. And let me be real clear, as Craig was talking about earlier about statewide candidates and how we go about getting elected. Yes, it's great for a donation to come in and I can say, hey, I was able to buy 100, business cards or get some flyers printed or whatever it may be. But the single most important thing that drives our elections is people knocking on a door and talking to somebody. And that's us. That's just a volunteer effort. So to the extent that you can volunteer, that makes a massive difference in the campaigns. So I think we might be ready to go to our election administrators again.
Sorry. Thank you, Margaret. We really appreciate everyone's patience because we want to make sure that we have all the names and the orders and where they're from. So the 5 sponsors who will be speaking in favor of Davi having a speaking spot at the convention, in addition to Nissan, who launched the appeal, will be Kira Ogala from Arizona. I'm reading them in the order they came in and the order that they will speak, alternating with the 5 other delegates. Darryl Moak from DC, Gretchen Johnson from Minnesota, Jeff Sparling from Michigan. I also now have the delegates who will be speaking. This is the order they will be speaking in favor of upholding the ruling from the elections administrator that says that Davi did not meet the criteria by the deadline to be able to speak at the convention. Greg Jacoy from South Carolina, Justin Paglino from Connecticut, Dan Platt from New York. We need another. We can't have 2 from New York.
So
Can you? Yes. Okay. Sorry. Sandy Prisbalak from New York, Robert Smith from West Virginia. So everybody has 1 minute to speak. In the order that I read, we will be doing that. We will start with. Oh, there's still time. Okay. We're still working exactly on how to put this together for a speaking order. And then, so those names that I called, just please be ready. You will be asked to unmute, or we will find out, will delegates be able to unmute, or they need to be unmuted by the tech team.
So yeah, this is definitely what democracy looks like live. So anybody watching out there, they're working on getting the people that were mentioned access to speak and present. They have a minute to present for and against.
I want to take a moment while we're waiting for them to gather this information to talk a little bit about last night. If you didn't get a chance to make it, our fundraiser last night was quite fantastic and featured international drag icon Lady Bunny. And I was okay. I'm going to just say two things about that. First, I'm going to be very excited about it, number one. But number two, as much as I have followed Lady Bunny, and many of you do as well on social media, and we understand that, you know, she's pretty clued in politically and very much a progressive. I was really blown away by how astute she was with regards to politics and the local policies of her state and all the rest. I was really, really impressed. And to be honest with you, some of those jokes were so so great that I can't repeat them here. That's how good they were.
Yeah, Lady Bunny was a blast. And it's great to see other people, come into their own when it comes to their political identity, and how you make a bridge to one path, and then when that path is burned itself in terms of the Sanders campaign, there's another path here at the Green Party. So we're so happy that Lady Bunny is a supporter of the Green Party, worked with us to raise the money. I'm hoping we get an answer on that tomorrow, where we're at with that, and everything else. So
yeah, it was fantastic, actually. I wasn't really sure what we were going to be able to do. If any of you have seen Lady Bunny's actual stage show, well, you know, it very much is a stage show. It's her whole act has been developed around performing on stage. And just like this conference is very different than if we were in person, you can only imagine how difficult it is to translate a live stage show into a sort of sit down video performance. I didn't know how it was going to go, but it went fantastic. We had a chance to, of course, do a meet and greet. Generally speaking, at our annual national meetings in PNCs, we always have a section at the beginning of a fundraiser for VIP tickets for meet and greet, so you get a chance to go backstage. And that was great last night. And then we, of course, had our normal presentation with her. It was just a fun evening, and it was a really nice way, I think, to lead into the big events of today. Very lighthearted, very good humor, and I think it was a very convivial atmosphere for everyone who participated. I hope that it, irrespective of how much money that may have brought in, I hope those of you who had a chance to participate enjoyed yourselves and would like to do it again next year. I think that from what I can see from our election administrators, we might be ready to start the speaking session now. So I'm going to pass it back to them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Margaret. Yeah, it was a fabulous show for those of you who were able to watch it. Thank you for mentioning Lady Bunny, a true supporter of the Green Party and social justice. So we are going to begin. Just a reminder again that you will have, when I call your name to quote unquote come up, you will be unmuted and you will have 1 minute to speak. When that 1 minute is up, your mic will just be turned off. It will just be audio, not visual. You won't have your camera on. And so to begin the speaking in favor of having Davi address the convention will, of course, be the delegate who presented the appeal. And so we're going to call up Nisa. And please unmute him.
Greetings, my fellow Green Party members and my fellow delegates. I'm here to talk to you about our concerns we have today about speaking time for Davi and all the other candidates for speaking time. Davi has met the criteria as listed out before. Greg Joseph, the administrator, has not tried to reach out to this campaign to verify that the time deadlines and stuff was met and our criteria was met. And we just learned about it after hard inquiry days before to see who we actually talk to. Two main points. One main point is that for the Oregon Party, we attended both conventions, and as a campaign that stands up for democracy, we hope that the convention with the most votes be respected. The people with the Oregon Green Party had the most party member votes, and that vote should be.
Speaking in support to uphold the ruling of the elections administrator is Greg Jacoy. Please get ready, Greg.
I'm ready. And you tell me when I'm actually going.
Go.
Okay, very good. The reason I support the ruling of the committee essentially is that number one, the procedure is quite clear and easy to follow. Number two, part of the reason we may face a challenge in finding candidates who are very attractive is because they may not want to engage in debates with people who have very few qualifications and positions that are far outside of the norm. That's all I have to say. Thank you so much.
You speaking in support of Davi addressing the convention is Kira Ogala.
Hi, my name is Kira. I'm not too familiar with Davi or his campaign, but I feel like if we don't let him speak, then we can't really be sure that the party is being fair to all candidates. Because, like this year, both the Democrats and the Republicans had their own specific guy, and there was a bunch of other people running for president, and people probably would have liked them more, but they didn't really get to speak. So we don't really know how people would have voted if they got to speak. And we just don't want to be like that.
Thank you. Speaking in favor of the election administrator's ruling, Justin Paglino.
Hello, can you hear me? Yes, I'd like to speak in favor of the administrator's ruling. The process for becoming a recognized candidate, as was set out very clearly a long time ago by the Presidential Campaign Support Committee and the Davi campaign, did not meet these criteria. And so I suppose by virtue of having some delegates, they might meet the criteria for speaking, even though they're not a recognized candidate under the rules. I'm not as familiar with the rules as the current co-chairs and election administrators, but I have great confidence in them, and I really and I trust them when they say that he does not meet the criteria by virtue of the delegate count, and I trust that they are following the rules, and I think that the rules are there for good reasons, and we should respect them to have some control over who is platformed in this important meeting in an appropriate way. Thank you.
Speaking in favor of Davi addressing the convention, Daryl Moe.
Greetings, delegates and alternates and our Green Party visitors. Supporting the idea of having Davi speak, primarily just to make sure that we continue to lift up smaller and voices in the party. I think in this kind of context, it's, we're not talking about a lot of people. We spent more time talking about whether they should talk or not talk, to give a person 5 minutes to just simply address us as a national body. And I think that we should do that at every opportunity that we can. And so I think we hide behind the rules and all those kinds of things. And in doing so, we also don't allow for all of our voices to be shared and to hear positive opportunities. And so I'm just rising simply to ensure that we do as much as we can to lift up all voices that would like to be heard and have done some level of effort to represent us and to engage with us, new voices and old voices alike. Thank you.
Speaking in support of the election administrator's ruling, Dan Platt.
Sorry for the delay. Dan Platt here. So comes down to it, Davi is not registered green, and our rules are pretty clear about this. We have the right to freedom of association, and Davi does not associate with us. His campaign manager, his argument for why he is not registered green is you can't, except I'm registered green in New York, and so are 300 others in my county. The justification he gives is that it would not be of his advantage, and he would be targeted. And this sort of gives me a sense that, you know, he is not associating with us. So, and there's the advantage of being registered green is that you have rights to speak and run for our candidacy in the Green Party. If he is an independent candidate, and that it seems there's a dispute of whether he's even legally registered as a federal candidate, he should go to free and equal debates for an independent platform. Otherwise, if he wants to use our platform, he should at least register as green, and that would be green and other in New York.
Speaking in favor of Davi addressing the convention is Jeff Sparling.
All right, I think I've got you. As a delegate to this convention, I came to listen to a lot of different ideas and a lot of different people, and I don't have a problem listening to Davi. I heard him when he came and had a presentation to our state convention, and I think that hearing all sides, hearing from all folks is what we're about. And if we're complaining about the duopoly not allowing us to speak or to participate in their quote unquote debates, which there's another whole issue, but then we should practice what we preach. And I say that as a Stein delegate, and I'm still a Stein delegate, but it is the way it is.
So I just run the report before we continue. Gretchen Johnson, who originally signed on to the appeal for Davi to be able to speak, has withdrawn, but the next person in line that had put their name in is Joe Meyer from Oregon. So Joe will be coming up after the person who's speaking in favor of the election administrator's ruling, and that will be Sandy Prisbalak.
Good afternoon, delegates.
Oh, wait, did I mess that up?
I am speaking in favor of upholding the ruling of the elections administrator. Davi did not meet any of the criteria in the presidential election process. He doesn't have the requisite number of delegates to the convention in order to speak. And let's get this convention moving along. We're already about a half an hour over time, and let's follow the rules and get this done. Thank you.
Speaking in favor of Davi addressing the convention is Joe Meyer.
Hi, I'm Joe Meyer. In Oregon, we had two conventions, which was a bit confusing for me. In the first one, Davi earned 4 delegates. In the second one, he didn't earn any. That's why I would like to hear him speak today.
Sorry, thank you, Joe. And then our last speaker out of the 10 speaking in favor of the election administrator's ruling is Robert Smith.
All right, can everyone hear me? So I think we need to realize that we've already had the time for all voices to be heard. And the party has been more than fair. Many opportunities have been afforded to all candidates to speak at several forums over the last year. Davi has addressed Greens previously, but the reality is he's not a serious candidate, and everyone should know this. And that's not to be antagonistic. I have nothing against any candidate. But the reality is, if you can't even file with the Federal Election Commission, it's a no-brainer. You're not serious. So what does Davi hope to accomplish by speaking with us? Is it going to be something hostile? Is it going to be something that's, with the intention to complain? I don't know. I mean, at this point, the time has passed and 99%.
I want to thank every delegate who spoke for and against on this. So what will happen now is the actual entire credentialed delegates in the convention will be voting, should have about 15 minutes to vote. Please look at the email that you signed in with for your invitation to vote in Lumio, same place we have been voting for everything else. Thank you, everyone.
Wow. Thank you, election administrators, for handling all that. Thank you, delegates, for your participation. I know this is a first for me. I've not gone through this process before, so it's a learning experience for me. And I guess to that end, thank you very much. I always like to learn new things. Not always in the way that the lesson is given sometimes, but I do like learning new things. So as the election administrators mentioned, you're going to find a poll over in Lumio in the same place that we've been voting already. So if you go there and look under the decisions tab, you'll see the poll. And you can also just go up under the dashboard and it'll bring it up there as well. So a couple options to find where that poll is located. And we've been given roughly 15 minutes to conduct this vote. So please pop over there and take care of that as soon as you can. Again, if you're having voting issues with Lumia, we'll probably kind of refrain on this several times. Make sure you talk about that in the Q&A and double check your email. Again, for me, I had 2 email addresses, so I need to make sure I use the one I registered for the PNC with. Otherwise, I won't be able to get in and vote. Even if I can look at a poll, it won't allow me to interact with it. So please make sure you've done that properly, and then you should be able to vote without any issues. And hopefully this will go just as smoothly as all the rest of it has.
Yeah, I'm learning on the fly too. This is great. I'm just trying to refresh Lumio to see what's going on with this. So let's see if I guess they're putting the poll in now.
Very good. So the poll, let me read the exact wording as it comes in. So generally our rules contain not just the process for a challenge, but also some of the language that needs to be used in order to do a challenge. So at the moment, the way this works is we're putting a question collectively. We are putting a question to the body, which is you're the body. And the question is, shall the body sustain the decision of the chair? If the answer is yes, then you're sustaining the election administrator's decision that Davi should not be allowed to speak. If you do not sustain the decision of the chair, if you vote no, then that is you saying yes, Davi should be able to speak. I hope that's clear. And I'm happy to go through that bit again too, if it wasn't quite clear. And it is worded a little unusually, I think. If you've not participated in procedural vote challenges before, it sounds kind of awkward when you first hear it, but we're appealing the decision of the chair and to see if that was a correct decision, right? And the decision the chair made was that Davi wasn't able to speak. And I see plenty of people are participating right now, so thank you very much. We have so far about 25% of the delegates have voted, so please pop in there. and do so. We have allocated roughly 15 minutes for this vote, so please jump in. And I see at the moment that there is perhaps a technical issue on a backside, server side issue. But we'll see if that sort of sorts itself out. And my guess is, since I don't work for Lumio, but my guess is that the servers are being overwhelmed by our participation at the moment.
Okay, if you refresh, that should hopefully let you view the appeal to ruling by election administrator, which is now in the decisions tab. So far, I'm seeing 41% of the delegation has participated.
Alas, and unfortunately, at the same time, my Lumio is also being very slow. So that may be a thing that some of you are running into as well.
Mm-hmm. So once again, a yes indicates you support the election administrator's ruling that Davi did not meet the criteria to speak, and a no indicates you do not support the election administrator's ruling.
Josie, wait.
I have to go now to do this in intro. Okay. Maria,
We're going to hand it over to Joey.
Thank you, Craig.
Surprise, it's me first. Sorry, co-chair. But a little surprise is good. Actually, it's a big surprise. It has already been put in the chat for all our delegates to read, but I just wanted to go over it again because I know sometimes, the day is going on, it can get long. Okay, so this is really how, when you put an appeal to the body for the voting, 5-12.2, the presiding officer shall acknowledge the appeal by stating to the body the point ruled on. So we know what that is. That's Davi not having meet the criteria by deadline to speak. The officer's decision on it, and shall then be put to the appeal to the convention. The question put to the body shall be framed as, shall the body sustain the decision of the chair, the elections chair, administrator, as we are calling it. So that is why the vote is set up the way it is. I know a couple of people have said, well, why isn't it yes to speak, no to not speak? Because this is how the rules go. Even though we are actually having this vote, not exactly to the letter of the rules on how appeals go, but also to have the opportunity to have people voice how they felt politically about this. But in the end, when we do the votes officially, we need to do it according to the rules. Thank you.
And now I can describe our nomination process, how it's done. It is done by state by state. It is either by convention, caucus, or primaries. Those are driven by how states conduct their presidential nominating conventions. Caucuses electing delegates who represent members of their states. And none of our state conventions or delegated credential delegates who have been appointed by all states are subjected to any type of controversy. Or as you know, the Democrats in 2016 and 2020 disenfranchised millions of voters in their primaries. And we really try and walk the walk and talk the talk. And that's what we're doing right now. And so everything that's happened from every state, every caucus is coming into motion right now, and we're living in it right now. How much?
Okay, hello everyone. Just give you a quick update. We have about 65% of the delegates who have participated in this current decision. Please pop out there and make sure you vote if you would like to. There are about 91 of you who have not done so yet. So your vote does matter and it does count. So please pop in there and let us know. Thank you very much. And again, I wanted to just kind of mention this bit for news media that our press conference for the winners and the candidate from the nominees will be on a separate Zoom line from here, and it'll take place right after this convention concludes. And you should have already received your Zoom link for that particular conference room. If you haven't, please contact the media committee. If you've already been corresponding with us, you'll have been corresponding with Scott McLarty. So please continue to do so if you haven't gotten your credentialed link yet. But that should be right after this, so don't miss it.
And right now we're at about 67% of the delegation has cast the vote.
Fantastic. Also, just as an aside, well, we are currently having the vote on Lumio. There is also discussion threads that you can participate in there as well. So not just here in the Zoom that we're all conducting this in, but also in the Lumio or chat threads and places to participate. This conversation is happening there as well. So you might want to participate there. Sway some of your fellow delegates one way or the other.
We've had a few pressers over the last couple of days, so those are uploaded to our YouTube channel. So anybody that hasn't followed the Green Party YouTube channel, please do. We actually need, I think, 10,000 subscribers to try to monetize our YouTube channel for future live streams as well. So that'd be great if you can go to Green Party Videos and subscribe to that. We also launched a Twitch channel. And we're appealing to a whole new audience through Twitch. So make sure you go to Twitch and follow us there as well.
You know, one of the weird things about YouTube in that regard is that for us, like if we're doing a live stream like we are right now, if we wanted to put up a donate link to us, we can't do it because we don't have the 10,000 subscribers. We're not actually able to even put up in our own stream a donate link. So the 10 of course, and it's free to subscribe to somebody on YouTube, right? You just click subscribe. And what that really does, it just gives you a notification when the Green Party uploads a new video. And we actually do that pretty often. One of the things that I think that you will find on our YouTube channel that might be hard to get other places is interviews with candidates in states that you're not a member of. Sounds kind of tricky to find to begin with, but especially if you're a Green or an independent candidate, all the other media outlets will tend to not list you at all or cover you in any way whatsoever. So if you're interested in candidates who have been running locally, check out our YouTube. This past 3 days or so since the beginning of our convention on Thursday actually started at 3 p.m. in the afternoon. So there's been a series of interviews with senatorial candidates, congressional candidates, and local candidates all across the country. those are really fantastic interviews, and you get a chance to really hear like what the green vision is when it's broken down into the practical parts of it that are implemented where you live. Green has sort of a general sense in like environmental justice, but where you live, what kind of environmental justice you're looking for is going to be different than, let's say where I live. I live in Washington State, so consequently, we have some issues that you might not have. One of the things that we have here, of course, are orcas, which are a big deal to us, and no one else has that kind of situation going on. So when we talk about environmental issues, we always include the orca populations in the Puget Sound, who are all named individuals. They all have actual rights within our state. We have a right of nature movement here, and the northern and southern pods are individual members with rights in the state. And I think this makes a pretty unique environmental challenge for us here in Washington, but it is the kind of thing that manifests all across the country in its unique ways.
Yeah, and also we had a stream from office holders, because there's also the Greens that get elected, and it's nice so that you can actually, if you're running for office, you can see the Greens that are elected and currently running and get some ideas, and it just that camaraderie to know that there's obviously that end goal. You can win, you can break through, and I always enjoy watching the office holders panel, because I love seeing everybody and how they're able to go into their either town councils, mayoral races, or other seats that they hold, explain some of the processes they're able to bring forward.
You're not wrong at all. I like that experience as well. For me, I think the thing I take away from it all the time is how they went, like what techniques were the most successful at reaching voters. Was it flyers? Was it going to like parks and like having a booth where people came to see them? Was it going to knock on doors? Everyone has such a unique experience with that it can really inform your own campaign. I know here when I ran, it was very important for me to make sure I had signage in the right places, which I really didn't think, right? I thought it would just be go knock on doors and that would be absolutely the thing to do. But only later did I realize the kind of traffic throughput that some of these streets have. There's like my sign on that street will be seen by so many more people if I have it there. It was kind of instructive to me, since I didn't really invest in signage much. As a green, like it's hard for me to justify sometimes creating cardboard signs that I'm going to stick on the side of the road. In this case, it'd probably be the corrugated cardboard, right? Like that plastic stuff, very durable, but those require special recycling facilities to deal with. You can't just toss it in the normal recycling. So it's actually a real challenge. I'll share with you all that in 2020, the Washington Green Party, until things got closed down due to the COVID restrictions, we were in the process of setting up a turn-in station precisely for those election signs, because they're everywhere during every election cycle. They're all over the streets and people just leave them. And in order to get those recycled, they have to go to special processing centers and all the rest. So we thought as a pretty good sort of tie-in to like green issues and help getting foot traffic to where we were, we would set up a big collection spot. So people would just collect up those signs, bring them to us, drop them off, maybe sign up for ballot access initiative stuff, hint, hint, get their name on a signature, maybe join the state party and drop off their recycling, and we would take care of that for them. That seemed like, the kind of grassroots initiative that people like. When volunteers join, they want to be able to do something. Many times our state parties don't have a bunch to do per se. So having an activity like that is really great. And of course, it gets you outside of the normal cycle of running into people who would potentially be politically motivated. There will be a lot of folks who are interested in recycling and cleaning up those signs who may not be interested in coming to join your party at some convention, but they will definitely show up and help you clean up the neighborhood. One of the other, and I'm going to wrap up myself here real quick, but one of the other initiatives that we do here, and I think you might want to consider as well, is 365 trees in 365 days. You can motivate people all around your state to go and plant trees. And that's a very great green activity. gets you engaged, it gets volunteers motivated, and there's a real tangible benefit to it. You can see what you've done and enjoy the experience over the years. So I see that our election administrators are ready to announce the vote. So I will turn it over to them. Thank you very much for your patience, everyone.
The vote is now closed, and the ruling of the chair has been upheld with 89% of the vote. And so Jill Stein will be up next to speak as the presidential candidate who met that criteria from early on. Thanks, everyone, for going through the process and for your patience.
Thank you all, everybody. I know it's a bit of a back and forth, but we've gone through it and we've done grassroots democracy. So it's my, I'm going to try not to take too much of your time here, but I have a little thing to read you. So thank you, Greens, for your participation in the 2024 Green Party of the United States Presidential Nominating Convention. Our next speaker is well known to many of you and requires little in the way of introduction. Dr. Jill Stein was born in Chicago and raised in Highland Park, Illinois. She graduated magna cum laude from Harvard College in 1973 and Harvard Medical School in 1979. As a practicing physician, Jill became aware of the links between toxic exposures and illness emerging in the 1990s. Having witnessed the power of lobbyists and campaign contributions to block health, environmental, and worker protections, Jill became an advocate for campaign finance reform and helped pass the clean election law through voter referendums. In 2003, Jill co-founded the Massachusetts Coalition for Healthy Communities, and in 2008, Jill helped lead the Secure Green Future ballot initiative to move subsidies from fossil fuels to renewable energy and to create green jobs. In 2012, she was the Green Party POTUS nominee with Sherry Honkala as her vice president. In 2016, Jill once again won the GPUS presidential nomination with her vice president, Ajamu Baraka. And without any further ado, let's welcome Dr. Jill Stein to the 2024 Presidential Nominating Convention. Take it away, Dr. Stein.
Why am I not able to start my video? Start my video. I'm trying. Okay, there we go. Touchdown. Thank you so much, Margaret. It's really an honor to be here. Thank you so much to everyone making this convention possible today. Thanks to all who've been on the screen, all who've been behind the scenes, and everyone in attendance. It's really an honor to be here with all of you today. You who are leading the charge for an America and a world that works for all of us. As the Green Party and allies, we are more than the sum of our parts. In fact, we are unstoppable together. The Green Party is the one national scale, people-powered political vehicle for peaceful revolution, and the time for that revolution has come. That is why I am seeking your nomination for president. I ask for your vote today so we can meet this historic moment head on to transform the political landscape and reclaim the peaceful, just future we all deserve. In this moment of unprecedented crisis, we are the unstoppable resistance. We are a haven of humanity in an unraveling, depraved empire ruled by rapacious oligarchy, which has imposed existential crisis in virtually every dimension of our lives. The need for deep change has never been more urgent, but the possibility of that change has never been so close at hand. So we, the people, are rising up to end endless war and genocide abroad, to end crushing inequality, climate collapse, and rising fascism here at home and beyond, because we are done being thrown under the bus by bought politicians and the wealthy elites that sponsor them, the war profiteers, Wall Street, APAC, health insurance, big pharma, fossil fuels, and more. Over 60% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck. Half of renters are struggling to pay the rent. So many just a paycheck or two away from eviction. Homelessness is at record highs, and the unhoused are being criminalized simply for having nowhere to sleep. While countless millions are locked in student and medical debt, and half of youth are hopeless about the future, and the environmental crisis is accelerating over the cliff. And meanwhile, both parties just unimaginably are squandering trillions on the endless war machine fueling death and destruction around the world. The war abroad goes hand in hand with that war at home, which is a war on working people and a war on democracy. We must end all of these wars and end them together because they are joined at the hip. That's why we are in this election to fight for working people and everyday Americans. We are the only pro-worker, anti-genocide, climate emergency campaign already on the ballot for a majority of voters. In fact, it's well over 70%, and we're heading for at least 90%. And we are calling for an America that works for all of us, and we've got the solutions to achieve that right now, such as cutting by more than half the huge military expenditures, squandering over half of our congressional budget on the endless war machine, which is impoverishing and endangering all of us. And we will put that money instead into urgent needs here at home. We'll enact an improved Medicare for All system that covers everyone comprehensively. We will push back on the housing crisis with a national rent control program, a tenant bill of rights, and much more. We'll end the immigration crisis, starting most importantly by ending the policies, our policies, which have created the crisis in the first place. Instead of wasting billions on a border wall that doesn't work, we will instead put that money into the infrastructure we need here to screen and provide permitting rapidly so migrants can get to work, not only paying their way, but enriching our communities, making us more secure, safe, and prosperous. We will fight the climate crisis with a real Green New Deal on an emergency basis, cancel student and medical debt, begin a reparations program to pay debt long owed, and respect Indigenous rights and honor treaties and sovereignty. We will do this and more and pay for these programs through health savings, through Medicare for All, by cutting the military budget, taxing the rich, and reviving a productive economy. As Frederick Douglass said, power concedes nothing without a demand. It never has and it never will. We are that demand. It's time to stand up and make that demand. Thank you so much for being the team, for being the power that we all have together to create an America and a world that works for all of us. We are unstoppable together. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jill, for presenting. We're so excited, and I can't wait for everybody to do the roll call. Let's see here.
Okay, so I'm sorry, Craig. I'm going to just jump in really quick. I see the election administrators are now ready to do the roll call. So let's jump down to that and let's do some roll calling.
Okay, so thank you. Thank you, Margaret. Thank you, Fred. Now we'll begin the roll call of states and caucuses. This is for states and caucuses. In case you are not ready, you will have one opportunity to pass. And then we will call upon you at the end so that every vote is counted. Each credentialed delegate reporter has 1 minute to report the total number of delegates and how those votes are apportioned. And shall we begin? Let's do it. Okay, let's go with Alabama.
Can you see me? Hello?
You can see you.
Okay, hello from Alabama, land of the Porch Creek Nation and the historic Africa town, and 66 endangered species in the most diverse, biodiverse, endangered area in wetlands. We come to you with 4 delegates, all for Stein.
And next is California. Oh, Arizona.
I was confused. Okay. Hi, my name is Kira Gola from Arizona. Last year, our local Green Party was able to regain ballot access for the 2024-2026 elections. We have 4 delegates. 3 are for Jill Stein, and 1 is for Jasmine. I did not write that name well. It's for Jasmine. Sorry, I forgot her name. Sorry. It's Jasmine. You know her first name.
Thank you. Next is California.
I'm Susan Lamont, California delegate and reporter. The great state of California is a state of incredible diversity, with more than 200 languages spoken, almost half of them indigenous, because the state exists on unceded land. It is one of the most linguistically diverse regions in the world. In one of those languages, we shout, "Viva, viva Palestina." California rises from the lowest point in the continental United States in Death Valley to the highest point at Mount Whitney. It is home to both the vibrant but fleeting California poppy and the oldest trees on earth, the bristlecone pines. As California Greens, we believe in voting for our principles. All other votes are wasted votes. They say, as goes California, so goes the country. So California proudly casts its 50 votes for Jill Stein.
Thank you. And next is Colorado. All right, let's go to Connecticut.
Oh, okay. Here I am. Hi.
Oh, okay.
I'm Dr. Desmond Wellington from the great state of Colorado. Our Greens have been at the forefront of decriminalizing psilocybin psychedelics, and we've recently gotten ranked choice voting passed in Broomfield, Boulder, and in Fort Collins. And Gizmo is going to be helping me count out the votes today. Say hi, Gizmo. How many votes does Jill Stein get? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 out of 5, and 5th vote is none of the above. Thank you.
Thank you, Gizmo. Next is Connecticut.
Greetings, Justin Paglino, delegate reporter from the state of Connecticut, land of steady habits, but we still try to rock the boat. A state where the governor, the legislature, and all 7 of our congressional delegation come from the Democratic Party. All 7 of these have voted to send more weapons to Israel in the face of an ongoing genocide. Our state has the 2nd highest income inequality in the nation. We're lagging behind our neighbors on renewable energy, and most climate bills died in the legislature this year. And yet, we have a strong Green Party in our state, has been fighting for decades, has elected a Green mayor in Windham. This year has 2 congressional candidates and a Senate candidate, myself, and several down-ballot candidates. And we believe through hard work that we have won ballot access for the presidential nominee in our state. I'm very happy as delegate reporter for the state of Connecticut to report that all 9 of our delegates are committed to vote for Jill Stein for the Green Party nominee for the office of President of the United States. Thank you.
Delaware.
Says I'm disabled from the video. Anyway, my name's Jay Cannon, delegate with Delaware. And start my video. Hi, my name's Jay Cannon with the state of Delaware. And I believe we have 4 votes, and we cast them for Jill Stein. And we asked for everyone's help in us regaining ballot status here in Delaware. Thank you.
Florida. Okay, we're gonna move to Hawaii, and then we will double back to Florida.
Aloha, Dave Monix from Greenpeace Hawaii, reporting from the independent nation of Hawaii. By international law, the U.S. Empire never legally annexed Hawaii, so Hawaii is a fake state. 1893, the U.S. Empire used gunboat diplomacy to orchestrate a military coup to replace the legal elected government of Hawaii. Prior to establishment of capitalism, there was no poverty, no hunger, and no homelessness. Since the establishment of capitalism, 50% of the homeless in Hawaii are Kanaka Maoli, the indigenous people of Hawaii, with less than half of the native Hawaiians able to afford and still live in Hawaii. There is a growing movement of Kanaka Maoli who are demanding the return of their lands, their recognition of their sovereignty, and U.S. military out of Hawaii. Our 4 delegates in Hawaii vote for Jill Stein for president. Thank you very much.
Indiana.
Greetings, fellow Greens and everyone. My name is Sarah Dillon. I'm the delegation reporter from the great state of Indiana, home state of the great Eugene V. Debs and various Middle Eastern student association groups, the not so great Pete Buttigieg, the federal death row and Terre Haute, Wabash Valley Resources, Carbon Capture Sequestration Project in Vigo and Vermilion counties, water stealing projects in Lebanon and Maumee Valley, various polluters in the region around Lake Michigan, among other issues, along with being one of the most restrictive ballot access states in the country, to the point that we are suing. Indiana has 4 delegates to this afternoon's convention, and all 4 are pledged to Jill Stein. Thank you very much.
Iowa.
Hello, I'm Rose Prasad from the state of Iowa. If you picture Iowa on the map, here we are in the center of the heartland. My fellow Iowa Greens and I are just a few dots in a sea of red and a little spot of blue, but we're here because we want to help break the stranglehold of the 2-party system, which has brought our country to where it is today in crisis. It's as clear as day for all to see now. The regular people of America, who are still strong and true and increasingly independent, are again demanding real change. The Iowa Green Party casts its 4 votes for Jill Stein, who will put peace, planet, and people before corporations and unending war. A Stein-Ware administration will set us all on the path to a just and livable future. Thank you.
Thank you, Louisiana.
Hi, my name is Riviel Sykes, and I am the delegate reporter for Louisiana, home to the mouth of the Mississippi River, whose water once made our lands naturally fertile, now dumps runoff from industrial farmland into the Gulf of Mexico, causing a massive dead zone. Louisiana, where football fields of land are lost every day along our coastline and wetlands, where oil refineries and other industries pollute, poison, and police our communities and land, where our politicians bend to the will of corporations, forsaking our great people fighting to survive in one of the harshest climates in the US, ever worsening by climate change, where the largest landowners do not even reside amongst its people, among those the likes of Bill Gates and foreign corporations. We demand our land back and for this land to be treated like a breathing, living body as if our own, because it is. Please keep our state in mind during our collective fight for our environment and our future. This convention, our state party has chosen to cast all 4 of our votes for candidate Dr. Jill Stein. Thank you.
Maine.
Hi, I'm Jackie Devenot from the great state of Maine, home of the Wabanaki, the land of the first dawn, and also the first Green Party state meeting in January of 1984 with our founding father, John Rensenbrink, and our Maine daughter, Pat LaMarche, who ran for VP with David Cobb, and now one of the only two states to have ranked choice voting for president. We proudly cast all the votes of 26 of our 31 delegates who could attend today, all 26 votes for Jill Stein, who will be on our ballot here in Maine. Thank you.
Thank you. Maryland.
Are we up? Excellent. My name is Andy Ellis, and I'm coming to you from Maryland, the Free State, where we just turned in 16,000 plus signatures to be on the ballot. We'll wait and see how that turns out. I want to start with a land recognition from Nancy Wallace, our candidate for the United States Congress in Maryland's 8th District. Right now, we have 3 state-recognized tribes, 8 non-recognized tribes, and no federally recognized tribes. The main presence here is the Piscataway tribe, and the other 2 state-recognized tribes are the Piscataway Conoy and the Accohonic. Today in Maryland, we are one of the deepest blue states there is, but we need to ask, how is that working out for the people in Curtis Bay and South Baltimore who are fighting to breathe as an open-air CSX coal pit sits in their neighborhood? The Democrats refuse to regulate it and let CSX do what they want. Or ask the people in Bethesda, where the Bethesda African Cemetery Coalition has come together to fight Democrats who want to develop storage facilities on top of a historical African cemetery. In the Free State, the people need the Green Party, and we are proud to cast our 5 votes for Dr. Jill Stein.
Massachusetts. Massachusetts.
Hi, can you hear me? It won't let me do the video. Okay, I'm Maureen Doyle from the Great Commonwealth of Massachusetts and the Green Rainbow Party. Oh, okay. Now it says the host has asked me to start my video. Okay, hi. I'm Maureen from the Great Commonwealth of Massachusetts and the Green Rainbow Party. We've been the crucible of the revolution against tyranny twice. Against crooked royalty in 1775 and against homegrown oligarchy in Shays' Rebellion in 1787. The tradition continues as we try to shed such symbols of oppression by changing the flag and seal. In Massachusetts, we cast our 8 delegate votes for Jill Stein.
Michigan.
Hi, I'm Stephanie Nizam from Michigan, a delegate and a co-reporter. Michigan is the ancestral home to the Anishinaabe, the people of the 3 fires, the Potawatomi, the Ottawa, and the Ojibwe. We have 12 votes, and we have 11 for Jill Stein, a half vote for Ajamu Baraka, and a half vote for none of the above.
Minnesota, and Minnesota cast their 3 delegates for Dr. Jill Stein. Mississippi.
Greetings from the great state of Mississippi that runs blood red with Republican tyranny. Despite them, we have managed to maintain our ballot line for more than 20 years. And despite the weak Democrats who let them run unopposed. And we have managed to put great candidates like Ardis Burmy up there, who got more than 10% of the vote in the state Senate race in District 51. The great state of Mississippi cast its 4 votes for Dr. Jill Stein.
Missouri.
Hello. Hi, my name is Daniel. I'm from St. Louis, Missouri. This grand land has an even greater history, ranging from Mississippian culture to the Osage Nation, to the birth of Missouri and its organized workers' revolution in the 1800s, before it was squashed under the boot of immoral greed. As the beautiful lakes, rivers, and streams flow through our state, so does our determination to create justice, peace, and democracy, along with people who live in this great land we call Missouri. Thus, as the delegate reporter for the Missouri Green Party Presidential Nomination Committee, we all cast our 6 votes for Dr. Jill Stein as our country's pro-peace, anti-genocide, pro-worker, pro-indigenous rights candidate for President of the United States of America.
Nevada.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me? Okay. This is Andrea Worslow, Green Party of Nevada. We are excited to announce that we have made ballot access after 8 years of being blocked. We will continually fight for our voice to be heard on behalf of voters and reflected in politics as an imperative to our humanity's future existence. All 4 of our delegates are voting for Dr. Jill Stein and Dr. Butch Ware.
New Jersey.
Mute. Start video. Okay. Oop, it's not letting me start my video yet, but there we go. Thank you. Barry Bender here from the great garden state of New Jersey, home of the city of Paterson that has the 3rd most Palestinian residents in the United States. The state of New Jersey, where the line under our presidential and vice presidential candidate will be covered in every single congressional district here in New Jersey, along with our Senate candidate. Back in May, we used ranked choice voting, a software called Election Buddy, to decide our presidential candidate. And our 6 votes go to the Stein Ware campaign. And we look forward to a win in November. Thank you.
New Mexico.
Greetings. I'm Michael Mudd, serving as treasurer and reporting delegate of the Green Party of New Mexico. In this beautiful and diverse land of enchantment, we recognize and honor the many Indigenous peoples, past and very present, who have protected and stewarded these lands since time immemorial, and continue to guide and inspire our work protecting our shared natural heritage. The Greens of the great state of New Mexico proudly cast our 4 votes to Dr. Jill Stein and the Stein Ware ticket. Thank you.
Thank you. New York.
I'm unmuted, but it didn't. Oh, here we go. Oh, there we go. Greetings. I am Sandy Prisblack, delegation reporter from the great state of New York, birthplace of the women's rights movement, home to Occupy Wall Street, and the first campaign to promote the Green New Deal. Despite disgraced Governor Andrew Cuomo stealing our ballot access in 2020, and a Herculean efforts to gather 1,000 petition signatures to secure our nominee ballot access for 2024. We fell just short. We have 10 registered delegates and cast 9 votes for Dr. Jill Stein and Dr. Butch Ware and 1 for Jasmine Sherman. Thank you.
North Carolina.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Kalia Fitzgerald. I am a delegate from North Carolina and alternate reporter. After a 2022 ballot access fight against the Democrats, which we won and received monetary compensation, we have candidates on the ballot that are doing the work of being for the people, not for profit. The delegates of North Carolina, of which we have 5, will be casting 3 votes for Jill Stein and Butch Ware, and 1 vote for Jasmine Sherman and Blue Bear, and 1 vote uncommitted. Thank you.
Ohio.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Kristen Bedount-Combs from the great state of Ohio. And we are a state that is filled with culture, has the logo of the heart of it all, but is also burdened by poverty and environmental issues. I'm very proud to be part of a party that champions these issues and is a party for people, planet, and peace. The state of Ohio has 6 delegates. We will be casting 5 votes for Jill Stein and 1 vote for Jasmine Sherman.
Oregon.
Hey folks, sorry about the delay.
Oregon.
Here I am. Sorry. Hello from Oregon, where the Green Party held its 2nd ever national meeting where we first developed our platform. Nearly half of Oregon is forested. We are home to the deepest lake in the United States and Crater Lake, among many other national wonders. To protect our planet, fight for true democracy and social justice, and wage peace, the Pacific Green Party is proud to cast 2 votes for Jasmine Sherman and 9 votes for the next president of the United States, Jill Stein.
Pennsylvania.
Hi, everyone. I'm JJ Conrich, delegation reporter for the state of Pennsylvania, the aptly described battleground state of Pennsylvania, and it has been a battleground since the 17th century. For a long time, fighting for religious freedom while displacing those who lived here before. It has been a conflicted state with a conflicted history, and we remain hard fighters and would like to cast 10 votes for candidate Jill Stein and 3 votes for candidate Jasmine Sherman.
South Carolina.
Hi, my name is Brian Cook from South Carolina. Our state motto is, "While I breathe, I hope." From the Appalachian Mountains to the Atlantic coast, I am so thankful for everyone in our state party and for everyone gathered here today. No matter the odds, as long as we have hope, we can never lose. With our 8 delegates, 3 for Stein, 5 uncommitted. Thank you.
Tennessee.
Hi, I'm Michael Principe, the delegate and delegate reporter from Tennessee, where we work real hard to show that the state of Tennessee in its heart is not as conservative as most commentators and folks believe. Our state delegation cast 3 votes for Jill Stein and 1 for Jasmine Sherman.
Texas.
Hi, I'm Andrew Smith from Texas. I am here in Texas. We have a great energy prosperity here. We are the largest raw producer of energy in the entire United States, as well as the largest producer of alternative energy solutions compared to gas and oil. We have a great opportunity here to expand on this, but the Republican-led legislature and executive here in the state does not allow for it and actively rails against this. I know we can do better and we can grow our renewable energy sources and use it in the entire state. We are committing 18 delegates to Dr. Jill Stein and 1 to Jasmine Sherman.
Utah.
Oh, I can't be seen. Wow, that doesn't look great. I apologize for that. I'm just going to take me off the screen. Hi there. My name is Russell Wagstaff. I'm the co-chair of the Green Party of Utah, the great state of Utah, which is the unceded territory of the Shoshone, Ute, Paiute, Dene, and Hopi nations. Land back. The Green Party of Utah has cast its 4 votes for the true president, for the people, and the only peace candidate on the ballot in November, Dr. Jill Stein. Thank you.
It's gonna do the computer. Virginia.
It's kind of green there.
Virginia's up, right? All right, y'all, this is Vincent Boutwell. I'm the delegate reporter and general secretary for the Green Party of Virginia. First, the Virginia Greens would like to thank our hosts, Margaret, Elizabeth, and Craig, and all the team for putting on a great show. We also congratulate all the national, state, and local candidates for throwing your hats in the ring. It takes a lot of courage to get organized and go on up on the electoral front lines against the Republicans and Democrats who just try to shut down our opinions and force us into lesser evil options. But we all just got to keep fighting the mainstream and keep our heads down and grind, because there's never been a more important time to be a part of a third party, to fight against these crooks and the rigged hierarchies. And so from Virginia, we wish all you candidates good luck and Godspeed in your campaigns. The Virginia delegation cast 5 of our 5 votes for the very presidential nomination of Dr. Jill Stein.
Thank you. Washington State.
Hello, my name is Jason Call. I am proud to be the campaign manager for the Steinware 2024 ticket. I am here in Chicago right now with Jill and Butch and our team. And at the conclusion of our convention, we will be spending the next few days protesting the genocidal DNC here in Chicago. But right now, I want to bring to you the plight in Washington state of the southern resident orca. They are the only orcapod that feeds solely on fish, and the Chinook salmon are the majority of their diet. The salmon population has been impacted, devastated by the 4 lower Snake River dams
These dams need to come down. The Chinook salmon population needs to be restored. The southern resident pod will go extinct if this does not happen. We are appealing to the Biden administration to breach these dams. I'm going to put a couple of links in the Q&A so you can learn about the situation and join us in our appeal to the federal government. All 4 of Washington's votes go to the Steinware ticket. Free Palestine, free Palestine. Thank you.
Washington, D.C., District of Columbia.
Hello, my name is Durham Oak. I am the delegate from Washington, D.C. and the delegate reporter. Proud to come to you from what is known as the Douglas Commonwealth, also known to many of you as Washington, D.C. We are proud of our nearly 700,000 residents. We encourage you to continue and join with us in our fight for statehood, where 700,000 people nearly are still colonized in the seat of our national government. We are on ancestral lands of the Anacosseans, also known as Nanticoke and the neighboring Piscataway and Pamunkey peoples. We are very excited to cast 2 votes for Jill Stein, 1 vote for Davi, and 1 uncommitted vote. We are concerned about the ways in which this process has gone and how we want to make sure that there is no return of Trump to the White House, because that would be disastrous for our country as well as for the state of the Douglas Commonwealth, known as Washington, D.C. We encourage you to get involved with us in this fight for democracy still on our country here in the Washington area, that you would fight with us for statehood. Thank you.
And you, West Virginia.
Hi, Robert Smith here, representing and reporting from West Virginia, the Mountain State. West Virginia is excited to report that following California, West Virginia has the greatest number of voters in the Green primary election. The Green Party in West Virginia is ballot qualified and of course is known as the Mountain Party. And as of July 20th of this year is also West Virginia's Workers' Party. All 4 votes are cast for Dr. Jill Stein, and we welcome the announcement of her running mate, Dr. Butch Ware. Thank you.
Wisconsin.
Greetings. I'm Mike McAllister, reporting for Wisconsin, the site of the 2004 presidential nominating convention and a couple of other conventions you may have heard about recently. We are the home of the annual Midwest Renewable Energy Fair, where we are the place where we fight for working people, public power, and the end of Enbridge's pipelines. We seek justice for the people of Palestine, and where we're going to elect Chester Todd to Congress this year. Based on our online ranked choice voting primary, we cast 1 vote for Jasmine Sherman and 3 votes for Jill Stein.
Florida.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Elizabeth Kelch from the Great Sandbar of Florida, the first state scheduled to disappear due to sea level rise. We are home to over 1,000 springs, the beautiful Everglades National Park, and 118 or 186 certified organic farms. Our life in Florida largely revolves around water, either too much of it or not enough. Our aquifers are used for drinking water, household needs, irrigation, and industry. The water sources are vulnerable to saltwater intrusion and sea level rise, where they're also vulnerable to population pollution. However, we have been guaranteed ballot access for folks to effectively speak out against the primitive policies of the state. We vote We have 8 votes and we deliver 6 of those votes for Jill Stein, 1 of those votes for Jasmine Sherman, half a vote for Randy Toller, and half a vote for none of the above. Thank you very much.
We haven't had a chance to talk much about our caucuses, but they are a very important part of the Green Party. They really give voice to different communities that are often not given voice, and they really contribute a tremendous amount. And so now we're going to call them for their votes. Latinx caucus.
Yo soy Anita Rios, a delegate and reporter for the Latinx Caucus. First, let me express our heartfelt disgust with the policies of our government spending our tax dollars to bankroll the Israeli genocide in Gaza. We see this support for colonial oppression akin to the misguided foreign policies that have funded oppressive governments in Central and South America that destabilizes countless communities and has led to the massive immigration that we see at our southern border. We invite all Greens who identify as Latinx, Latino, Latina, or Hispanic to join us in the Latinx Caucus to provide an important voice for our community. We proudly cast our 4 votes for Jill Stein, for Dr. Jill Stein. Thank you.
National Black Caucus.
I'm waiting for my video. Okay. Greetings, my fellow delegates. Everyone, my name is Nissan Picha, and I'm serving as the reporting delegate for the National Black Caucus. The National Black Caucus has 4 national votes, to which we award all 4 national votes to Davi. Thank you very much.
National Lavender Green Caucus.
Greetings, comrades, and thank you, Margaret Kimberly, for your eloquence. My name is Hurriaksha Kanauer, honored to be reporting from the National Lavender Green Caucus, NLGC, where we promote queer liberation and liberation for all, Turtle Island and beyond, and strive to hold on to our gains. As Dr. Butch Ware, professor at UC Santa Barbara, said just yesterday, we got to dismantle the empire. And like Dr. Ware, we're willing warriors with resolve in the fight for liberation. The National Lavender Green Caucus, NLGC, is allocated 4 votes total. We are proud to proudly, with pride, cast all 4 for Dr. Jill Stein.
And the National Women's Caucus.
Hello, I am Charlotte McBurney from the great state of Maryland. As a transgender woman fighting for my existence and legitimacy every day, I am proud to represent the Green Party's National Women's Caucus at a time when the rights of all women to bodily autonomy are under attack. We conducted a primary in which 30 votes were cast. This met quorum, with Jill Stein receiving 93.3% of the vote. Our 2 delegates in attendance today vote for Jill Stein.
I'm actually going to recall the National Black Caucus, Darryl Mock reporting.
Hi, I am Durham Oak. I am the co-chair of the National Black Caucus, and our reporter should have been Felina Farley, who unfortunately did not get called on. And the report was reported inaccurately, and we must, for the sake of democracy, not allow rogue responses to take place and to represent what we have done. Our caucus held a vote, and the vote resulted in a ranked choice vote that resulted in 2 votes for Jill Stein, 1 vote for Davi, 1 vote for none of the above. Please let that be the record, and we will not have people doing this inside of our party. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I want to thank everyone for all our reporters, all the work that has been done in your state parties and in your caucuses. And then we will remind people, it was a long time ago that the Credentials Committee gave a report. But, as per their report in terms of accredited credential delegates, there were 34 states in Washington, D.C. and 4 caucuses. Thank you all.
I'd like to also thank you. That was the final report. So Jill received today.
Hello, everyone. That was one historic moment here in the Green Party of the United States. I am privileged and proud to have been part of it, and I hope that you all have had as moving an experience as I have. It is the first time I've had a chance to actually be in the room where the delegate reporters go through and do the whole roll call vote, and it's super cool. I can only imagine how this would have been awesome in person as everyone stands up and yells out the stuff about their state and everyone claps, and that kind of energy is really missing, right? Like in our non in-person conferences. But I hope you can all feel the excitement. I hope it feels that way for you too, because I'm very excited about what we're doing here, and I'm very happy to have been a part of it.
We're going to go back to Joey for one moment. So go right ahead, Joey.
Or maybe not.
Or maybe not.
There we go. So
there we
thank
go.
you. And this is the final report from the 34 states and 4 caucuses. I'd like to thank all the reporters. You guys are like superheroes of democracy, capturing every dramatic moment for posterity. So, with 287 votes recorded, there were two votes for Jasmine Sharp, 1 vote for Davi, 1 vote for Nota, and 267 votes for Jill Stein. So she clearly passed the first round to become our nominee. Congratulations. And we will post the results in just a few minutes.
Hello, everyone. Once again, I'm certain that you've grown accustomed to my just suddenly jumping in and talking. So hopefully it's not too jarring when that happens. We're waiting for the election administrator and assistant to go through the numbers once more. And once we have all that done, we'll have those results posted up and we'll be able to continue on with the rest of our program. As it turns out, of course, we've made tremendous time. We are still, though, running right along in our schedule. So if things go according to our plan, hopefully we'll be able to finish up within the next hour or so, depending on how things go after this. But anyway, thank you so much for participating. I know that there was a lot of technical challenge at the beginning, and some of you weren't able to get on initially very quickly. And even once you were able to get on, you were having some difficulty. Heck, even once you were registered, then even Lumio itself was having some problems, sometimes timing out and having to be refreshed and things like that. So thank you all for being persistent and continuing through this process. If only technology fixed all the problems they told us it would fix when they invented this technology.
Hope I didn't spoil anybody. I did make a wardrobe change.
No, I had to do the same thing. But in fairness, I was just really like nervous, I guess. And so had a lot of nervous energy that translated itself as perspiration. So, I will say one of the great things about being here with you all is that I recognize the gravity of the situation, right? We are engaged in a revolutionary struggle. This is absolutely true. And yet at the same time, we're able to find moments of humor and connection in the most innocuous of spaces, even a virtual space like this. I think sometimes in my experience, one of the things that I encounter in the party is that there are so many of us who have never had a chance to meet each other, to talk. And so if your only interaction with somebody is via text or email, you might have a very different impression of them than how they are as a real person. And oftentimes, the way people write in their emails is not how they communicate in person. And so even something like a virtual convention like this, it goes a long way towards helping alleviate like misperceptions and tensions in the party. I personally believe that, as many of my colleagues who have attended in-person conventions have attested, that we do great when we get in person. We get a chance to meet each other, see each other, and then when we have political disagreements, we don't perceive our the other person as being against us. We understand they're just advocating their understanding of the green values and how they think it should be done. When we don't have those personal connections, sometimes it feels like fights, like really personal kind of things, and enmities which kind of get buried and left unexpressed. So I really appreciate you all taking your time to be here, connecting with it, taking time off from work. Many of you have had to do so. And again, some of you couldn't even have been here if we weren't having a virtual convention to start with. So I'm really appreciative of the A&M committee and the work that they have done to bring this whole thing together. And of course, the PNC itself, which is just this Saturday, and the team behind it has been amazing. I wish you all could see the effort that goes into bringing this to you and how much dedication our volunteers really have. As much time as I put in, I'm always left impressed and humbled by the amount of time my colleagues put in to make this happen. It's really quite a nice place to be a volunteer, honestly.
Yeah, we really work well together in terms of behind the scenes and getting everything together, no matter what the situation is. I'm so happy that everything has proceeded as it has, and obviously we still have a few things to report today and tomorrow too. So I hope everybody's already signed up for tomorrow to get updates on the election database and ballot access as well, and obviously hear the plans and strategy from our presidential campaign.
I think we're still just doing some calculations in the backside right now, and we will have the final very, very shortly. I feel it in my virtual bones. Speaking of which, our election administrator.
Thank you, Greg and Margaret. So just wanted to extend that we've heard that there have been some delegates. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Oh, thank you. We understand that there have been some delegates who were unable to vote, and we would like to offer the opportunity for those delegates to vote. And how to do so would be to please send your votes to these two email addresses, pnc2024@gp.org and ea2024@gp.org. You're going to need to include your name, your delegation, your credential. I'm sorry. You're going to tell us your vote for the credentialing, your vote for platform, your vote for appeal to support ruling, and for what we're going to be moving on forward in a moment, which will be the vice presidential approval. So let me explain that situation. It's customary where the president who was nominated as our candidate gets to present their candidate for vice president. So the delegates will have a chance to vote for their vice presidential candidate. It is for I got it. Oh.
I don't know about everybody, but I'm waiting to see those final results. Though I jumped the shark already.
Okay, so since you mentioned that, and I'm just going to be tiny little bit off script here for a second, but I've heard people say jump the shark, a lot actually. And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't that a reference to like that Happy Days episode where like Fonzie gets on like water skis or something and it has to like jump over like a shark for the show, right? Is that it?
That's how I recall it.
Okay, I'm just wondering because I thought it was, but then because I didn't hear it like from my peers and stuff who were watching the show, so I wonder kind of like how it became popular in the zeitgeist. That's me learning cultural things here at the PNC. I'm so grateful for my green colleagues to help me learn things like this.
I checked earlier, and I think we finally crossed the 100,000 mark on X Twitter.
Excellent.
That's a great accomplishment today. And hopefully we can double that number and get out any information we need regarding our party, our candidates, up and down ballot, of course, and our presidential and vice presidential nominees. I think our YouTube is also getting some good traction as well. Last I was checking, let's do an update. I think we pulled almost another 500 subscribers. So if you haven't subscribed, please help us get to our goal of 10,000 subscribers. Just got to go to the Green Party Videos YouTube page and just hit the subscribe button.
So if I have a few moments here, I'm gonna, oh wait, okay. So I think we're ready. I think Joseph is ready.
We're ready.
Excellent.
Thank you. Okay, we are going to be holding the vote for Professor Butch Ware for the Vice President nominee of the Green Party. It will be a 5-minute vote.
Hi, everyone. So, okay, for your voting, once again, you'll be visiting Lumio, your favorite website today, no doubt about it. Go under the Decisions tab and you will see a poll coming up where we will be voting for Professor Butch Ware for Vice President for the Green Party of the United States. Please get there as soon as you can and vote so we can conclude that vote and move on with the rest of our program. But Craig, I think you have something you want to add here.
Oh, of course. Yeah. Last night, Dr. Stein introduced Butch Ware to the world in terms of our space, the green space. And she had a panel with about 20 other activists and allies out in the political sphere. And we were pretty excited to see that. And just wanted to obviously introduce you to Dr. Stein's nominee. Professor Butch Ware is a lifelong activist and educator, specializing in the history of empire, colonialism, genocide, and revolution. For the past 2 decades, Ware has put scholarship in service of the people, especially in response to the ongoing genocide in Gaza, as well as the George Floyd murder in 2020. He has organized teach-ins, community education curricula, and other activist and organizing initiatives. More broadly, Ware has been working as a public intellectual, activist, artist, organizer, supporting communities across the country and around the world to challenge imperialism, ethnic cleansing, and endless war. Also to build sustainable, just, peaceful alternatives rooted in Africa, indigenous, and Abrahamic traditions. Butch was born in Washington, D.C. and raised in Minneapolis. He graduated from the University of Minnesota in 1997 and completed his doctorate in 2004 with his PhD in history from the University of Pennsylvania, where he is a leading academic authority on the U.S. Black radical tradition, Africa, and Islam. Since 2004, Professor Ware has been a full faculty member at Northwestern Michigan and now UC Santa Barbara, teaching in history, Black studies, and Islamic studies.
Thank you very much, Craig. Reminder, everyone, we are currently voting right now on Lumio, so please go out there and do so. The vote will be closing sooner than you think, so hopefully you'll be able to get your vote in. Please go out there right now. I'm pointing at you virtually. Well, I'm pointing at you. Go out there right now and go vote.
But last night, yeah, the energy was very exciting, very welcoming, and I'm so excited. And I'm hoping the whole party is as well. So we're at that one more time where we're going to make the call to all those that are following us here in the party, outside the party, learning about the party for the first time. And yes, we do need your support. We do need donations. Any amount will help this party. And the biggest hurdle has been ballot access. And obviously, as you can see, the importance of having a presidential candidate that's going to be representative of trying to be on 50 state ballots will help. And that goal of getting a certain percentage of votes will keep us with our ballot line so we don't have to keep going every cycle. Each state is different. So there are times where you're going to need funds to support that initiative in the terms of paying for poll workers to go and people to collect signatures, petition signature gatherers, just even obviously transportation, getting Greens from one state to the other that are volunteering their time and money and sweat equity, as we said earlier. You also have just food and shelter. You're putting up, a lot of us will accommodate other people, but yeah, it's nice to have obviously a little bit of nourishment in between when you're out there. And these tasks are insurmountable. You have some states that have very low bar, and you have some states that you need double the amounts, and some states have worked so hard and they sometimes just fall so short because of undemocratic processes put through by the duopoly. So any amount there, you can donate on our website to the ballot access team, and the portal is on our website as well.
You're absolutely right, Craig. Of course, this is maybe the least fun part of any political speech or presentation, the money shakedown, right? That's what it is. And as much as we all believe in public financing for elections, we all also happen to be aware that the federal government is blocking the public financing for elections. This is one of the reasons why we have to continually engage in this effort. It is, of course, to our benefit to do so, but there is an obligation by the federal government to match our funds, to participate as they are bound to by law. Now, of course, we all quite well understand that many of our states right now have been subjected to, if not overly onerous and some downright discriminatory laws. As our colleagues from New York were talking earlier today, Andrew Cuomo changed the ballot access laws, but not in a ballot access bill. It was just done in a general funding bill, kind of under the radar, as it were. making it such that New York State is virtually impossible to get on without a vast expenditure of money. Conversely, here in Washington State, we only require 1,000 signatures. The level of disparity across our country for ballot access laws is one of the reasons why it's so difficult to get consistent ballot access. As some of you might know, Oklahoma is also a very high threshold state where it takes 45,000 signatures to get on. Or you could just spend $45,000, whichever you have more of, I suppose. But one of the things that I think I took away from my longtime IT career, my old boss used to say to me all the time, we can do anything you want with enough time and or money. What do you have more of? So if we have more time, that's what we have to spend, which means that we have to think strategically. We have to act that way as well. We need to start planning now and building for our next wave of candidates who, and I know this seems like it's going to be far away, but it isn't. It's just next year. The next cycle for elections will be coming up this coming spring. And our efforts right now with our national campaign and our national effort makes a difference on how our spring candidates run next year. This is all connected together, and I'm just overwhelmed at how many people are able to put their time and energy into this and their money. This is me doing the money thing. So please give us your money. Please give us a lot of your money, maybe all of your money. Well, as much as you can give. That's reasonable and within the limits. As a grassroots party, right, we can also only take a little bit of money. And it's not a lot. It is for some people, of course, but we're talking national political races. You probably are all aware that a single congressional race costs over $1 million to successfully run. Senatorial races are up around 8 million, and we've seen presidential candidates spend $1 billion and lose. So the amount of money involved in American politics is just ridiculous. And the only way we can really compete is with grassroots efforts like y'all, sustaining our ballot access efforts. That's really the grassroots growing up.
We are actually looking at the poll, and we have 54% of the delegation has voted to approve Vice Presidential Professor Butch Ware. So please, if you haven't had a chance to cast your vote, please do so now.
We're making great time through our agenda, everyone. Thank you so much for participating, for being here and taking part in this. As Craig mentioned earlier, this isn't the last event for the PNC or the A&M. There is the little bit of a wrap up here for us at the end of the PNC where we're going to just say a few more words. I probably won't ask you for more money, but there's no guarantee of that. And then, of course, tomorrow we have reports from our election database administrator and the announcement of the conclusion of our steering committee elections. Those elections will end tonight at midnight, and you will have 3 new steering committee members. I was going to say a whole new steering committee, but that's not entirely accurate, but you will have 3 new ones and thus begin a new chapter of Green Party history.
And it's been an honor to serve with you, Margaret Elizabeth, on the steering committee the last year and a half. And I know you're going to be there guiding us in other ways and steering us in other ways in the party. And I can't wait to still continue to work with you on the other committees.
Thank you, Craig. Let's bring in Gloria, our assistant election administrator, real quick here for an announcement.
Thank you. We just, for those of you who had some trouble, you were so excited and quickly went to vote for our amazing vice presidential candidate, Professor Bruce Ware, that we crashed Lumio for a little bit, but we got back, and over 50% of our delegates have already cast a vote with 100% support. So we feel confident that we can declare Professor Bruce Ware our vice presidential nominee.
And the final tally, now the preliminary one that I said before was negative 0.5 votes for Ajamu Baraka. Oh, I'm sorry, 0.5. That's a dash. Live TV. Cornell West 0. Dobby 2. Randy Toller, 0.5. Jasmine Sherman, 13, and Jill Stein, 267. That makes her the official presidential nominee. Congratulations again.
Warmest greetings to everybody that is gathered. I mean, I'm overwhelmed, overcome, and humbled. I guess the first thing that I would say is that this American political system was never designed to serve people like me. But because of the Green Party and all of these efforts over so many years to try to figure out a way to make these processes open, transparent, elastic, and service-oriented, representative of the people, I'm honored to accept your nomination to stand shoulder to shoulder with Dr. Jill Stein and fight for the American people. Freedom has more genealogies than the story has revealed. The Constitution's a profound document, but it was shaped by the Iroquois Federation. Our notions of freedom were shaped by runaway slaves, by Haitian revolutionaries. Our railways were laid by Asian laborers. This is a nation that we have all shed tears for. We have had our blood shed, and we are going to fight for it. We are going to pull it back from the duopoly, and we are going to put it back in service of the American people. I want to begin with a personal story because y'all in the Green Party might just be getting to know me, but I've known about the Green Party my whole life because my best friend, Sean Young, is the son of Annie Young, and we grew up 2 kids with single moms on the south side of Minneapolis. And Annie Young was my godmother. She was like the second mother. She was my backup mom. and she was the first Green Party elected official in the state of Minnesota. And I learned lots of things from Annie Young. In addition to the fact that she was just a warm-hearted person, she was a public servant. She showed me that the Green Party is not filled with politicians. The Green Party is filled with public servants, people that are willing to do the work for the people rather than for the glorification of their own massive egos and the fortification of their own massive pocketbooks. What I learned in little two-bedroom apartment was how you put government resources in the service of the people and make America live up to its promises, one block at a time, one community at a time. So those were my teenage years, and there is now a meadow next to the Mississippi River where Annie Young's ashes sit overlooking it. It is Annie Young Meadow, and I make a pilgrimage to visit my mother, my second mother, every time I'm back in my hometown. And yes, Minnesota Greens, we are taking Minnesota. Tim Walz can bring the fight to me in my neighborhood if he wants to. I know those neighborhoods. I took those lessons to my PhD research in West Africa. And the way that I would summarize, to be brief and key in this space, is that what I studied in my PhD research was the West African Sufi tradition of resistance to imperialism, slavery, white supremacy, capitalism, and imperialist domination. That's what I studied. Sufism. You guys have probably heard of Rumi, but you haven't heard of perhaps the greatest Sufi poet, the greatest poet of love ever to write love letters in the Arabic language. And he was a West African scholar named Ahmadu Bamba, born 1855, deceased 1927, wrote 200 books in the Arabic language, some of them collections of as many as 200 poems, some of those poems as many as 5,000 lines of verse. Before I moved to Minneapolis, I grew up in DC. And when I would have my face in a book as a Black kid in DC, people would accuse me of acting white because our histories had been ripped from us. And I didn't know that there were jet Black African scholars that would write hundreds of books in their third language, by the way, when they were writing. And then I learned that Ahmadu Bamba stood up to imperialism and was sent into exile for 7 years, 9 months, lived 25 years under house arrest, and still built a movement that now numbers 6 million people, that stood up in the face of French oppression, now stands up to imperialism. These are the people that taught me my lessons when I returned to the motherland, and I brought those lessons back here. Ahmadu Bamba was also a philosopher of nonviolence, and you will have heard lots of lies about Islam. But there is a pacifistic, nonviolent, and still militant tradition of African Islamic Sufi resistance, and these were my teachers. They told me that the true scholar spills sweat, not blood. And so then I learned service all over again. And the things that Annie Young taught me and Sean around her table came back to me in the Wolof language, my third language, as it happened to be. And they talked about a sacred trust that human beings have. And this runs across our traditions of faith and of conscience. And we are seeing a war on the freedom of religion, the freedom to practice our beliefs or our disbeliefs as we please. We are seeing a white Christian nationalist takeover of this country, but that is not what American democracy is supposed to be about. I, a Black Muslim, Jill Stein, a white Jew, we are here to stand for religious freedom and the freedom of your religion. In my faith, there's no compulsion in religion. Believe or disbelieve as you please. And America was supposed to stand for that. And now we see it taken over by fascists. So I learned about freedom of conscience, but what I learned about in this tradition was a tradition of stewardship. That authority in these sacred African and indigenous traditions is not about possession of power. It is not about dominion over the earth. It is about khilafa, stewardship. We are here simply to safeguard resources that were here long before we came and will be here long after we are gone. The human being is responsible for safeguarding and healing the land and its inhabitants, for being stewards of the water, for being the stewards of all of the diverse creatures that are upon the land and upon the water, and for maintaining balance in this, our one shared home, planet Earth. I recently read a scientific study that the water in the Earth's oceans are actually older than the sun, that they were present in the cloud of elements that actually came together to form the sun and then the solar system around it. That means that the water that is in our seas, the water that flows through our bodies, is older than the sun itself. We are just stewards of this water. We are just stewards of this light. It will all go back to its source. The Green Party is about stewardship of these sacred trusts over humanity and over everything that humanity has the capacity to impact, either for benefit or for harm. This is what I learned from these very different teachers, an indigenous woman on the south side of Minneapolis and West African teachers, jet black in Africa. But it was the same lessons because this is universal lessons. I am only a steward of the sacred, timeless waters that flow through my body. And I hope to serve as a steward over this sacred land of Turtle Island, side by side with my sister, Jill Stein. I want only to be a steward for the trust that you all have put in me and in us to end this genocidal war, to demilitarize this brutal empire, to get a fascist police state off the necks of the people, to return power to the people, to return prosperity to the people, to return equality to the people, to return dignity to the people. And there is one other sacred, timeless truth which is shared across all of our faiths and philosophies. And that is that all empires fall. We will dismantle this empire and put the resources of this beautiful land back to work for the American people. And when we have done that, the world will be a more peaceful, much safer place of abundance and goodness, because I am a fundamental believer in the goodness of humanity. But only when the leadership, those that hold that sacred trust of authority, are faithful stewards. I'm intensely and deeply grateful that you have placed this trust in me, and you will find, God willing, me a soldier in this affair. Thank you. Sorry.
Hello, everyone. I hope you were as inspired by Professor Ware's speech as I was. And I'm not going to take very much of your time now, before I introduce the next president of the United States of America, Dr. Jill Stein. We're going to clap too, so you should clap as well. I'm not Jill, so you can tell that already. But I will tell you this before we actually hear from Jill now. I'm going to do one more call to action for you. Okay, so I want you to get involved with the Green Party of the United States. Go to gp.org and sign up. Volunteer. Do something useful with that opportunity right now with this amazing ticket in front of us. I want you to get involved in your local party, in your state, if that's possible. If you don't have an accredited state party, get involved with a caucus. The identity caucuses of the Green Party exist for this very reason. We amplify marginalized voices throughout the United States and in the Green Party in particular. There are lots of places to get involved, and I strongly encourage you to do so.
And thank everyone for signing up for our YouTube page. We're getting more hits there and more subscribers, Twitter as well. And like I mentioned earlier, we started Twitch. Also, this convention was also offered Arabic, which was the first time for this party and very amazing. So I'm hand it over to Jill.
Okay, hi everybody. Can you hear me okay? I think so. All right. So I'm a little bit speechless right now after hearing Butch's remarks, and I have to say this feels like part of our historic moment. For Butch to be talking about Annie Young is pretty amazing because Annie Young connects us. Annie Young was something of a mentor and was definitely a role model for me when I first met her. I think it was in 2012, and she was the exemplary Green Party public servant who really showed what it meant to be serving the community. She was the commissioner of parks for Minneapolis and an amazing public servant. I think she had been elected in the late 80s and was in office for decades. I met her towards the end of her career, but she was amazing in her sense of our stewardship of the planet and our membership in the planet and our service of the planet. And she exemplified deep green values as well as social and racial justice. And it's so ironic and astonishing, and it seems so right that in meeting Butch, we had all these things in common, and that Annie was effectively his second mother. So it completes the circle. It connects the dots. In the same way, I have to say that bringing Butch into this campaign connects us with a very deep history. As a historian of colonialism and imperialism and genocide, it gives so much more depth and knowledge to our work and to our purpose. And to me, it just affirms how this historic moment is it's in the cards. It is so much a product of what we have been preparing for. So many of us who have been working to build the Green Party, who have been running as candidates, who have been building the structures of our state and local parties. It's as if we have all been prepared for this moment when the world needs us like never before, when we are facing absolutely existential crises in all dimensions of our lives. So I just want to say that I'm kind of getting goosebumps repeatedly now in these conversations that we're having with the party and with Butch now as part of our team. It feels like we have been deepened, we've been broadened, and that we are now truly at a breakthrough moment, a breakthrough in terms of our effectiveness as a movement, in the size of our movement, in reaching critical mass, in reaching critical understanding. What we are offering now to the body politic is totally unprecedented, deep, wise, and so urgently needed as we face this crisis, these converging crises of endless war and genocide abroad, and the crisis here at home, the crisis of crushing inequality, of climate collapse, and the war on our democracy. So it just feels so right, so just, so exciting, and so absolutely unstoppable as so many movements come together. We are the only campaign which is anti-genocide, anti-war, pro-worker, climate emergency. We're the only such campaign that already has a majority of electoral votes and which is on track now to be on the ballot for most voters across the country. So we actually have critical mass to truly challenge empire and to truly replace this illegitimate and criminal political leadership that we are currently challenging. And it's no surprise that the mainstream media and the other institutions of communications are suppressing us. The Democrats, as we know, are pulling out all the stops to try to shut us down, to try to silence us. They have hired their army of lawyers, which they announced proudly last spring. They are advertising for infiltrators and for spies, and they have specifically seized $300,000 approximately and counting of matching funds, which we would be using now to complete our ballot drives, but they've been hanging on to that money for about a month. So we have been pushing very hard, and we are grateful to all the support that is helping us achieve those ballot drives, the volunteers and the contributions, because it takes dollars as well as bodies to do this. So they are quaking in their boots. Empire knows that its days are numbered because we are rising up and we are unstoppable together, and we are offering specifically what the American people are desperate for. And we are, you know, as Americans, we are facing crisis in virtually every dimension of our lives, these converging existential crises. The need for change has never been so urgent, and the possibility of that change has never been so clear and present and within our reach. In the last election in 2020, 1 out of every 3 eligible voters chose not to vote for the 2 candidates that were being rammed down their throats. This is a revolution in the making. Who is it that does not vote? In large measure, it is people of low income, people of color, and youth. So this is exactly, you know, the people that we are speaking to, who our agenda represents. So the possibility is very much there for us not only to run strong, for us to break the mold, for us to break the duopoly, but even for us to prevail and to even win the White House. And no one should tell any of us that that is not possible. This is absolutely possible. Remember, there will be 3 pro-war, pro-genocide candidates on the ballot. We will be the one campaign which is anti-genocide, anti-war, pro-worker, pro-youth, pro-healthcare as a human right, pro-rent control, pro-climate action, emergency action, Green New Deal, et cetera. There are so many movements that are begging for representation right now. And we represent the movements of justice really across the board. So there really is a possibility for us to unify those who have not sought fit to vote before. And I must note that as we go across the country, as this campaign rolls out, it is unbelievably moving to see people's response to a real politics of integrity, a real politics that reflects everyday people. When we start out and we have these town hall meetings, they become very much like bonding sessions, like community building sessions. People are bringing their hearts on their sleeves, feeling really distraught about the state of our nation and the state of our communities and the state of our lives. And people are regularly in tears expressing their distress at the state of our world and the feeling of disempowerment and the feeling of actual joy that we are discovering each other as a community, discovering our numbers, discovering our strength, discovering the power of our wisdom and our vision together. So I just want to reaffirm that this campaign is not a hypothetical. It is not tilting at windmills. It is not some quixotic concept. This is real. And that when you have 3 pro-genocide candidates that will be splitting the pro-genocide, pro-war vote, and then a 4th, which is anti-war and anti-genocide and pro-worker, you can actually see a 4-way split in the vote. This is possible. In a 4-way split, a vote can be won with as little as 26% of the vote. So I just really want to remind people that that do not accept, do not even listen to the voices that tell you that this is hopeless, or that we are powerless, or that we are spoilers. No, quite to the contrary. We really are a voice for the people and a vehicle for this moment of revolution that we are truly in, that people have been begging for. So this is reason for us to double down, in our organizing, in our outreach. This is a matter of implementing Politics 101. This is about signing up to be a part of the phone banking, of the canvassing, of the tabling, of distributing flyers, of the social media projects that we will be conducting, that, the campus tours that we will be entering into, holding the house parties, which we will be supporting through various materials. I mean, all of this will be supported through campaign materials and organizers to help support this work. This movement is really in our hands. This moment is in our hands. And I can't stress to people enough about the unlimited possibilities that we are facing at this moment. A few words about, what we are fighting back against. As you know, we are facing existential crisis in virtually every dimension of our lives. Over 60% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck. Half of renters are paying between 30% and 50% of their monthly income just to keep a roof over their heads. So many are living within 1 to 2 paychecks of being evicted. Evictions are at an all-time high. Homelessness is at an all-time high. And those without homes now are being criminalized even for attempting to sleep in public when they do not have a home. And this is all the more outrageous given that there are so many more unoccupied homes, many times more unoccupied homes than there are homeless right now. So this is absolutely criminal that the homeless are being criminalized themselves by the Supreme Court and by elected officials who are now using that Supreme Court ruling as an excuse to do sweeps through the encampments, to rob homeless people of their few treasured possessions, and to displace them. It is hard enough being homeless. It is a threat to one's health and even to one's life to become homeless. And now for that to have criminalization added on top of that is absolutely unthinkable. This is one of the many outrages that we are fighting. We are fighting the fact that millions upon millions, 44 million, in fact, young people and not so young people are locked into student debt, which should be abolished, which Joe Biden ran on the promise of abolishing and which he barely scraped the surface of. We can abolish medical debt. Half of young people describe themselves as homeless about the future because of the climate crisis, because of the economic crisis, because of the housing crisis, because young people have been denied the ability to have a family and to be able to support that family with decent jobs, and our jobs are in fact becoming increasingly incapable. Basically, our low income are not even a livable wage. People are below the income. It's approximately, I think, 30% of workers now are below the minimum income that they need just barely to survive. The environmental crisis, as many have mentioned today, is accelerating over the cliff. A recent study showed something like 60,000 people in the EU died from heat waves last summer alone. We don't have the figures in the United States because who's counting? People do not want to count, but you can be sure if 60,000 have died in Europe, that the numbers are comparable here. We are looking at millions of acres that are now burning in wildfires that are currently out of control this summer already. We're looking at a drought in the Colorado River, which just so happens to feed the California agriculture system, supplying half of the fruits and vegetables for this country. It is accepted science across the board that the Colorado River is within 1 to 2 years of shutting down. So if we think we have seen food inflation, get ready because it is about to go through the roof. Wildlife populations have declined by 70% over the last 50 years. Anybody who has their eyes open in any way knows that we are a part of the web of biodiversity. As that web goes down, we are going down with it. So we have indeed a climate emergency. Before I come to the solution for that, which is also within our reach, I want to mention the companion to the desperate state of affairs here in this country is, of course, the militarism and the empire that the U.S. Pretends to be. Yes, we are an empire because we are the dominant military force, but we are an empire on its last legs, in its last moment, looking at its last days. And this empire is doubling down. Our military policy for decades has been described by the Pentagon as full spectrum dominance, meaning that we will be the dominant player in all realms of competition all across the planet, in cyberspace, in outer space, in flight, on the landscape, on the sea surface, and under the water, that we will dominate all of those spheres in all areas of the globe. And obviously, our military has been sent, according to the Congressional Research Service, our military has been sent in some 250 times in the last 3 decades alone. So, we are, as Martin Luther King said decades ago, we are the greatest purveyor of violence in the world today. It was true then, it's even truer now. And this absolutely toxic, over-the-top militarism is destroying us from within. It is not only impoverishing us here at home, it is also endangering us and the rest of the world. The crisis of the genocidal war against Gaza is in many ways a microcosm of US empire. And to fix the crisis in Gaza, we must also address the empire. There's no way to definitively fix this crisis without also addressing empire. As Ronald Reagan, Secretary of Defense, said back in the mid-'80s, Israel is the unsinkable battleship for the US in the Middle East. And this notion that the US should be working on some 800 bases all over the globe in order to control the world's resources, this is absolutely unsustainable. We are no longer the world's dominant economic power, and for us to attempt to be the world's dominant military power is absolutely disastrous. This is suicidal for the US empire and homicidal for the rest of the world. And we are seeing these conflicts now go marching relentlessly towards nuclear conflict, both in the Middle East not only that the US has nukes, Israel has nukes, Iran is networked with Russia, who has recently, supported Iran and sending more armaments to Iran. China has done the same thing. I don't know that they're arming Iran right now, but they've expressed solidarity with Iran. And of course, both China and Russia have nuclear weapons. Russia just as many as we do, and perhaps more advanced delivery vehicles as well. So this is an unbelievably dangerous conflict that is being inflicted on the people of the Middle East, the people of the world, and that includes the US of A. It's very important and rarely mentioned that any nuclear conflict is basically global. You cannot have a localized nuclear conflict. Even if the detonations are local, the consequences are global. It doesn't take an exchange of very many nuclear weapons to trigger nuclear winter. Just one nuclear armed submarine, and the US has 14 of them. Russia has, I think, about a comparable number. But just one of these, one of our 14 assembly of nuclear armed submarines, one alone contains 5,000 Hiroshima bombs, the equivalent of 5,000 Hiroshimas are contained in just one of these nuclear submarines. And the weapons that are used nowadays, a Hiroshima type bomb would be considered a tactical nuke. So when you hear our reckless criminal leadership talking about a fightable nuclear war, and they try to reassure you, oh, don't worry, we'll just be using tactical nukes. That's what they're talking about, up to Hiroshima-sized nuclear weapons. So this is absolutely unthinkable. This is another reason why we need to redouble our efforts and remove this criminal misleadership from positions of power. And we need to be in this race. We need to be heard. We need to be on all ballots because these issues need to be front and center in this discussion. Are we going to hear this discussed by Kamala Harris or by Donald Trump or by RFK for that matter, who's extremely cavalier and is supporting the war in the Middle East as if it wasn't a war, claiming to be a peace candidate even while he's all for this war and for the Zionist incursions that are driving this war. They don't have a clue. So this is, again, a reason for us to double down, to continue with our ballot access drives so that we will be on the ballot for just about all voters. And at that point, the mainstream media can no longer lock us out of the discussion, because when we are in the discussion, we will be driving these issues home to the American people. Winning this choice is all about simply getting to the microphone. When we as Greens have been at the microphone, the American people respond inordinately. And remember, there are huge numbers of the American people who are not in the camp of either of these mainstream parties, even with this new face that the Kamala Harris campaign is trying to put on, that they're supposedly progressive. It's not going to take long for it to be perfectly clear that this is more talking the talk. These are crumbs compared to the transformative policies that we really need and that we are offering. And besides, the Harris-Biden administration has been in effect for 4 years, and where have they been on all of these progressive policies? They are serving their large donors. There are more billionaires than ever behind the Kamala Harris campaign. So this is business as usual. It's really critical that we be there, and we be there as a fighting force. And we do not take no for an answer. We do not take the spoiler propaganda to give it even the time of day. We are absolutely essential in this fight to stand up for the American people and the future that we deserve. I do want to mention also that this crisis that we are facing is especially intense with the events of the last 2 weeks, notably Israel's back-to-back assassinations of the chief negotiator for Hamas in Iran and the assassination of a Hezbollah commander in Beirut, triggering essentially another round of escalation. that could easily go off the rails. And the US has been sending more armaments, fighter jets, naval warships, battleships, speeding them into this theater of conflict. Meanwhile, the US is telling Iran and Hezbollah, don't you dare retaliate. But where is our voice of restraint towards Israel, who keeps triggering these greater offenses and these escalations, who is indeed conducting the genocide, which is at the core of this growing conflict? The president has to do nothing but pick up the phone and say that this genocide is over, to say that the weapons embargo against Israel begins now, that the end of all economic support to Israel begins now, that Israel has become an absolute rogue state. But Israel doesn't do this alone. Israel is simply a surrogate for the US here. Israel is completely powerless to conduct this genocide without us. And that's where we come in and the American people come in. And remember that we are 68% of the American people who are demanding an immediate end to this genocide, an end to this war, an end to the occupation, to the ethnic cleansing from the get-go. So we can solve this immediately. This need not be an escalation towards nuclear war or towards a global conflagration. We have the power to solve this right now, simply by being there to speak up for the American people and the people of the world who all see eye to eye. It is only the US Congress and the US White House who are behind Israel's absolutely murderous genocidal policy. So most recently, we saw this bombing of yet another school. There are, and this was in Gaza City. The US has dropped at that time 3 of these 2,000-pound bombs, killing some 100 people. And the US has provided 14,000 of these 2,000-pound bombs since, actually just since July. It's astounding. The devastation that we see in Gaza is a reflection of the devastating US foreign policy. This blood is on our hands. This is an opportunity for us to stand up with the backing of the American people to say that the murder, the torture, the endless genocide stops here, and it stops now. In the face, you know, it was actually just after that bombing with 3 2,000-pound bombs dropped on yet another school, killing 100 people. It was after that that the Harris-Biden administration then appropriated another $20 billion in ongoing armaments. So it tells you how absolutely insane, how absolutely murderous and outrageous US foreign policy is. And this is, again, this is just this is the leading edge of empire. This is a microcosm of what empire and colonialism look like. So this is a big fight that we need to fight. This is why we need a political transition from the parties of war and Wall Street to the parties of, by, and for the people, for peace and justice and a green future that we deserve. Let me move now to how we are going to create that future that we deserve. And we can begin doing this, of course, by picking up the phone and ending the genocide. We can also do this by cutting the military budget, cutting the military budget by at least half, so that we have a foreign policy that is based on international law, on human rights, and on diplomacy, instead of raw military and economic domination. Right now, that military budget is consuming half of our congressional dollars. We need to be spending that money instead. We would basically be doubling our congressional budget by cutting the military substantially. Instead, we will put those dollars into what we need here at home. And again, underscoring that that military budget is impoverishing us and it is endangering us all. The very first thing that we would enact through legislation, the first legislation that our administration will fight for is for an improved Medicare for all system that covers everyone comprehensively and gives you, by the way, full choice of your doctor and hospital, which is not available under most plans in the private insurance system. By cutting by moving to a Medicare for all system, we essentially save 1 out of every 3 healthcare dollars, which are currently wasted on bureaucracy, red tape, paper pushing, bloated CEO salaries, exorbitant pharmaceutical rates, and so on. All of that gets cut. We save 1 out of every 3 healthcare dollars, which amounts to essentially $500 billion a year that goes back into our budget to spend on the things that we need. At the same time that we are covering everyone, your healthcare from head to toe, from cradle to grave, your mental health care, your reproductive health care, which is between you and your healthcare provider, no one else, your dental care, your eyeglasses, your hearing aid, etc. Everything will be covered in this system, and still we save $500 billion a year for just cutting out the red tape and the bureaucracy. We will also push back on the housing crisis, and it's not rocket science to do this. Instead of having housing for greatest profits, we will have housing as a right, as a human right for everyone. Everyone has a right to affordable housing, and half of Americans right now are really struggling for housing that they can securely hold on to. For starters, we need national rent control now. We need to stop this constant acceleration of the costs of housing. So we need to freeze the costs where they are. We need a tenant bill of rights so that you cannot be evicted simply because your landlord wants to throw you out, remodel, and raise the cost of housing. That's essentially gentrification in a nutshell. And by through a tenant bill of rights and rent control, we basically stop gentrification in its tracks. We will also end the takeover of private equity over our housing supply. Private equity, which is buying up millions of units of housing. Instead, we will be building millions of units of social housing, quality, mixed income housing, that you don't lose your residency simply when you get a better job and your income comes back up, because we will be providing good jobs as well. So this is permanent, high quality, affordable housing as so-called social housing or public housing. Our public housing has deteriorated in this country because under Bill Clinton's administration, a law was passed, the so-called Fair Cloth Amendment, which was anything but fair, that basically stopped any investments in public housing. So that housing has been privatized, it has deteriorated, it hasn't kept pace with the times. So we will repeal the Fair Cloth legislation and start investing in housing as a public good. It is an investment which repays very reliably and solidly. There is no reason for us not to be investing in the quality housing that we need now. And by the way, social housing also protects open space. It preserves green space as part of the living environment. And it also is built in conjunction with public transportation, which is renewably powered. So we bypass all the traffic and the gridlock and the pollution that normally comes with building the housing that we need, especially concentrated housing, which we badly need as well to be at transit hubs and to be able to provide the quantity of housing that we need. I want to say a word about the immigration crisis, because we can end the immigration crisis, most importantly, first and foremost, by ending the policies that have created that crisis in the first place, by ending the regime change operations, the endless wars, the economic domination, the war on drugs, and the continuing destruction of the climate that forced so many people to flee their homes and come here begging for safety. So we need to decompress these drivers, and some of them can be decompressed quickly, like, for example, by ending the war on drugs and by legalizing substances in this country, treating substances as a public health issue, not as a criminal issue. And that includes granting amnesty to those who've been jailed for nonviolent possession and use of various substances. The hundreds of thousands of people who are in jail need to be released from jail for what needs to be treated as a public health problem, no longer a criminal problem. And instead of wasting billions of dollars on a border wall that doesn't work, which is deadly for people, deadly for wildlife, and destructive to the environment, instead we will provide an infrastructure for screening and providing permits so that migrants can get to work and become an asset to their communities. Migrants not only pay their way, they make our communities more safe, more secure, and more prosperous. And we will stand up to the demonization and the xenophobia and the immigrant bashing that both parties are engaging in right now. We will instead combat their mythology with the actual truth that, in fact, immigrants lower our crime rate. They don't raise it, that immigrants are not the source of the drugs that are crossing the border. That is white, generally Caucasian Americans that are doing that, not migrants. And that migrants actually contribute and build our economies. One study suggested that migrants will contribute another $7 trillion of economic development to our economy in this country over the coming decade. So we have every reason to be proud and grateful to migrants and apologetic for having displaced them in the first place. And we need to act on that by ending that displacement that is driving the migrant crisis. We will also fight the climate crisis with a Green New Deal on an emergency basis. On day one, we will declare the climate emergency. In doing so, we actually then unleash over $500 billion a year in emergency funding to begin creating the jobs to develop our economy. This is not a question of jobs versus the environment. This is a matter of linking jobs with the environment and creating good union jobs, good paying jobs to create an emergency transition that will eliminate fossil fuels in the next decade. You know, when our Green New Deal was dumbed down and parroted by the Democratic Party, they took out the elimination of fossil fuels. They continued the mythology of Barack Obama that this is kind of an all of the above situation. All of the above doesn't solve the climate crisis. You can't solve the climate crisis by expanding both fossil fuels and renewables. You have to quickly phase out the fossil fuels. That's what nature cares about. People care about renewables, but the climate cares about the fossil fuels. So we need to eliminate the fossil fuels quickly. And as we do that, we are creating the jobs to transition us to green energy, green food production with sustainable agriculture, green transportation, and green housing, as I alluded to with the social housing, which, by the way, would be environmentally sound and renewably powered as well. We can also cancel student debt and medical debt and begin a reparations program to repay the debt that we've owed for 400 years of slavery, segregation, and discrimination, which has robbed African Americans of income, opportunity, housing, and generational wealth. We will respect Indigenous rights, and Indigenous sovereignty, and we will honor treaties and restore tribal lands and bring the U.S. into compliance with the UN Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People. And they'll say, of course, well, how are you going to pay for it? To which we say, no problem. This is not rocket science. We pay for these programs through health savings, through Medicare for All, where remember, we are cutting 1 out of every 3 healthcare dollars, saving $500 billion a year across the board, through cutting the military budget in half, by taxing the rich and reviving a productive economy instead of the dead-end financialized economy that we are currently saddled with. So I'm going to conclude just by saying we are the one unifying voice. We are the one voice that is of, by, and for the people in this election. We are the ones that we have been waiting for, that America has been waiting for. We have enormous power to build in this election and to potentially win the office, or at least win the day, by establishing a front that will be here to fight for the long haul, for the future that we deserve. As Frederick Douglass said, power concedes nothing without a demand. It never has and it never will. We are that demand. As Alice Walker said, the biggest way people give up power is by not knowing we have it to start with. We have that power. When you put together the 68% of Americans who want an immediate ceasefire and a diplomatic solution to the Gaza genocide immediately, when you add the 1 out of every 2 Americans who are struggling to keep a roof over their heads, when you add the 44 million Americans locked into student debt, the 100 million locked into medical debt, we have not only a quorum, we have not only a majority, we have an unstoppable movement to change the direction of our political process, to break the duopoly, and to be here as a force, not just a contender, but as a truly representative and prevailing force for the future that we deserve, the future that would bring an America and a world that works for all of us. Together, we are unstoppable. Thank you all so much for making this happen, for being here today. And I am so honored to have your nomination and to be officially your candidate, and for us to be working together across the country for this transformation whose time has come. Thank you all so very much.
So thank you all very much for being here today. That was a fantastic speech by our vice presidential candidate, and then of course by Jill Stein, our presidential nominee. This is going to be a very exciting election. We're just at the end of our official agenda for the day. So before I let you go, we've got just a few more business things to bring to your attention. So number one, again, this is a reminder to the credentialed media who are here. There's a press conference starting, well, essentially right now on the Zoom link you have been provided. So please go there and get set up for that press conference with Jill and Butch. Then also, those of you who are still here right now, we're going to touch on some events for tomorrow. But before I say my last bit here, I'd like to just thank everyone I've had a chance to work with over the past months to get to today. The Annual National Meeting Committee, especially Dee Taylor and Tama Yeager, have been fantastically helpful for bringing this whole thing together. I'd like to thank the PCSC, which is our Presidential Candidate Support Committee, which is how people run for our nomination. It's all listed right there. Their work has been invaluable. The Credentials Committee, most of you saw that today in action. They're the ones for making sure all of the credentialed delegates are in fact credentialed. So great job to them. Our Platform Committee, who brought you all of the platform planks and conducted the vote on that. Thank you all for participating there. We have a brand new 2024 Green Party platform as a result of your efforts today. I would also like to have a special shout out here to our ASL interpreters. Katie and Kelly, thank you so much for your efforts today. They have been fantastic and well received. I would like to also give a shout out to all of our candidates. Thank you for participating in this process, as well as your staffs for helping get you here. And last and certainly not least by any means, the Green Party US staff themselves. Athena and David, thank you so much for helping put this on and volunteering your time on top of your already extremely busy schedules. And whoa, one last bit. If you would very much like to, and I suggest you do, participate in Jill's fundraiser and after party, please go check out jillstein2024.com/GP_rally and spend the rest of the evening with Ron Placone and a host of guests.
I echo the same sentiments, Margaret Elizabeth. Thanks to everyone here and everybody out there that's been tuning in and observing the Green Party, the process of how this nomination works. We welcome everybody to the party. We're looking so forward to the energy and this urgency that Jill and Butch are going to work on getting out to the public. Tomorrow, remember, our continued programming is for Sunday. We have the State of the Party report, which is our elections database and ballot access report, followed by the Steinware campaign strategy session. So all the information is on Eventi. Hopefully our green delegates here will be attending, and anybody new outside this stream will also join up and check us out.
Indeed, that's correct. Now, I just want to say the last things here. By the powers vested in Craig and I, by you, the Green Party members, we officially declare the 2024 presidential nominating convention adjourned. Thank you all so much. Look forward to seeing you around the party in the next couple of days.